Welcome back to Live Impact News. Julie Kay here with the lovely Carlene Bragg. And guess what we've got now?
It's Olympic time!
It is Olympic time.
Ding, 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 ding. You know.
I wasn't going to sing with you because I think I'd ruin it.
That's all
but
I
it was
can sing
beautiful.
because of copyright. So, I don't want us to get clocked on YouTube, but that's all I can do. That's all I can do.
Rarely do we get to have so much fun in the Live Impact studio. So we're going to enjoy our flags while we can. We have something even more fun, though. We actually have an expert live from Milan. So Elliot Markison is joining us. I'm not sure how late or early it is there right now, Elliot, but you are not just a foreign correspondent, you're also an athlete yourself. And so first of all, thanks for joining us. How are things going there?
Oh, man. Today has been a day. It's 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
My day is just kind of getting started. I started kind of reporting live, kind of getting content around noon, and it's going to go all night. I mean, the hockey matches are in full swing here in Milan. I was actually with the Swiss fans all kind of afternoon and evening, and they are so pumped for the Switzerland versus Canada match tonight. As USA fans, we are really rooting for the Swiss tonight. So yeah, the vibes are high in Milan.
What has been your favorite thing that you've seen so far? I mean, I know you have some very personal connections to this as well. You're also an athlete. So what stuck out to you so far?
Yeah, I think just the Olympic movement as a whole, all the fans from around the world together, downtown Milan, eating, drinking, having espresso together, just getting ready for the events and the days, ahead. And yeah, it's just the camaraderie of the games. I don't think you can match it anywhere else.
Now, I'd love to hear more about your experience. I know a lot of people here in Charlotte, North Carolina, are not super familiar with winter sports in general, let alone bobsled. So I'd love to hear about your time as an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, representing for Team USA has been, the honor of my life. I played college football growing up. I played football growing up, and I played college football at Ole Miss, University of Mississippi. So getting to represent, our country has been, like I said, it's the honor of my life. And if you would have told me kid from Mississippi would be bobsledding in a winter sport, I would have told you were crazy. So it's been an absolute ride. It's been a pleasure. And I met my fiance through the sport and so many friends and I guess peers and colleague athletes from around the world.
All right, I got to ask you something. This is Carlene, by the way. You touched on it for a second, but we got to talk about the food. Y'all, we have to talk about the food. I'm sure the food over there the cuisine is incredible. Tell me what you eating.
Oh my gosh, I think I had my weight in croissants and espresso this morning. But I got in last night to Milan. Air Iberia lost my bag on the way here, so I immediately just went to a restaurant and just ate my weight in food. And if any Italian person in this area of Milan has ever seen a jet-lagged American eat 3 plates of food and a bag of bread, well, I'm probably the first one. So the food's amazing, the people are amazing, and of course the espresso is strong.
Good for you. You earned it.
That is also my conflict resolution strategy as well, is eating a lot of bread and croissants. So I'm with you on that. You touched on this as well, but your fiance is there too, I believe.
Yeah, she's in Cortina right now. I'll be heading to Cortina on Monday. I'll be there for the week for the bobsled events. But yeah, this is the highlight of life right here. It's so special to be here to support her, support my teammates as well on Team USA on the bobsled team. We've been training and competing together for 4 years now, so 5 years. So it's really special. I think it's a great place.
And Carlene and I have been talking about this all day as well. How does one get into something like bobsled? You mentioned you were in football, you're from Mississippi. Where does that conversation start?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if I had a nickel between that question and how many times I kiss an egg before I go down the track, they kind of reach out to us after collegiate sports. I played football at Ole Miss. My fiance ran track and field at Rhode Island. So they just kind of reach out and they said, hey, I know you're not going to the league. How about have you ever tried, pushing a sled and getting in the sled and winter sport? And, for me, I was kind of recruited into that world post collegiate athletics by, a guy who was the head strength coach for the men's speed skating team. And so that was kind of the pathway. And then they kind of said, hey, come in, do a combine, and then, lo and behold, they're calling you and saying, hey, come to Lake Placid, New York to start your rookie camp. And it was all kind of downhill from there, literally and physically. So, yeah, it's kind of my story.
Well, I'm waiting for my call. Still
waiting for my call.
You never know.
You can do
never
it.
know.
I think I think skeleton is definitely in your future.
Is that the one where they go head first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't
Yeah,
sign
it's
me
the
up for
safest.
that.
It's the
it
safest one
really?
out of the three.
Is it
Oh
actually?
yeah, it's the safest. Yeah.
How so? Do you mind explaining just a little bit? Because to me, head first is like
Seems
dangerous.
Yeah, that's what everyone thinks when they see the sport, but actually skeleton, the metal, the blades, the metal under the sled, it's actually round, it's dull. It's like a metal tube. And so they don't go as fast as bobsled, and they're closer to the ice, so their center of gravity is lower. So they don't feel and experience as much G's as the bobsledders or the luge athletes. So it's a little more safer. Yeah, if you fall off the sled, you can kind of roll yourself back on, whereas in bobsled, if you crash, you're pinned underneath it. And luge is the hardest out of all three, and those athletes usually start at a really early age because their blades, their metal under the sled is actually kind of fine, kind of sharp, so it actually takes a lot of skill to steer those sleds. So that's why when you see tandem luge when they're on top of each other, that's impressive.
Impressive and terrifying.
I didn't even think of the sharp object element of the danger here.
Right.
So you're adding parts to this conversation I didn't even know I had to worry about. But thank you for doing this for us and joining us live from Milan. I know hockey is a big thing today. Of course, you're going to be excited to cheer on your fiance. Anything else that you are looking forward in particular over the next couple days?
Yeah, oh man, there's so many events going on. Oh my gosh, like the amount of content creators I've seen on the ground just this afternoon in Milan, just so many events. I'm going to an event tonight with TikTok. So yeah, just getting excited to meet other creators in the sports space and the Olympic movement. And yeah, hockey's going strong. USA is going strong. We had a crushing victory against Latvia last night. And then yeah, looking forward to playing. I think we play Denmark tomorrow. So big game against Denmark, and then obviously, bobsled. That's where my heart and soul is. The need for speed, the champagne of thrills is what they call it. So I'll be coming to you guys live from Cortina, that's for sure.
Well, we can't wait, and thank you again for doing this. Have so much fun over
Eat
these
some
next couple
croissants
days.
for us.
Have some more croissants in our honor. We really.
I'll have a few more.
All right. Thanks so much, Elliot.
Awesome. See you guys.
All right. We're going to take another break, but we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News. We want to take you live to President Donald Trump. We rewinded it a little bit so that you can come to the beginning. He's on his way to Fort Bragg, speaking to reporters now.
Chuck, we have a closed border for the first time in history. We have to protect law enforcement, our police, our border patrol, ICE, and others in law enforcement. And I'm very much, look, I know what they want. I know what they can live with. The Democrats have gone crazy. They're radical left lunatics. That's why their cities are so unsafe. The blue cities are the cities that are unsafe. So we have to protect our law enforcement.
Mr. President, sanctions on Venezuela. What are the next steps and when are you going to host them?
Well, we have a very good relationship with the president of Venezuela. As you know, we're working together very closely. We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela is going to get a big part of that money. And the relationship we have right now with Venezuela is, I would say, a 10. And the biggest beneficiary will be the people of Venezuela.
On Venezuela, will you be recognizing Delcy Rodriguez's government as the official government of Venezuela?
Well, right now we have done that. We're dealing with them, and really, right now they've done a great job. Delcy's done a very, very good job, and the relationship is strong. The oil is coming out, and a lot of money is being paid for oil by other nations, and we're taking care of it. We're refining it, and we're the only one that has the capability to refine it. Right now, the relationship with Venezuela is as good as it could possibly be.
When are you planning to visit Venezuela, sir?
I'm going to make a visit to Venezuela. We haven't decided. Are you from Venezuela?
From Colombia, sir. We share a border with Venezuela.
We just had a good meeting with your president.
Of Colombia, on the Munich Security Conference, what is your message?
I think the only message is we have a great relationship with NATO. We're a very powerful part of NATO. The people that are the heads of the countries, the various countries that we're talking about, they're all friends of mine.
Mr. President, you just mentioned the meeting with the President of Colombia, Mr. President.
To meet with the North Korean Kim Jong-un this year.
Do you have a deadline for Iran, Mr. President? Do you have a deadline for Iran? Do you have any deadline for Iran?
Mr. President, Rwanda just violated the peace agreement. What are you going to do about it? You told me last time that there will be consequences. They continue to kill a lot of Congolese people in DRC.
We'll take a look at it. I heard about it.
I'm happy with the current situation in Syria. After the deal, how you broke it.
The president of Syria is doing a very good job. He's unifying the country. We're very happy with the job he's doing. He's doing a great job for the people of Syria. He's unifying the country. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to show you the evidence.
Great numbers today on the place. I think we're going to have 100,000 by the time I leave office at the end of my term. I think we're going to be at 100,000 to down. And if you remember, when I was first elected, everybody said, if I got it to 50,000 to down, or 7,000 with the S&P, if I got it to 50,000 with the Dow, that would be amazing. That would be in 4 years from then, from the election. I got it at 50,000 the last day of my first year. So I'm pretty early. I think we have a great chance of doing very substantially higher numbers. The country is doing well. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And the inflation numbers that just came out moments ago were actually incredible. Prices are way down. Inflation is way down. Far lower than anyone thought could have happened in a period of 1 year.
Mr. President, are you still in touch with Savannah Guthrie? Are you still in touch with Savannah Guthrie?
Mr. President, I have evidence to show you. I have a lot to show you.
Are there any concessions you're willing to make with ICE, about ICE or about immigration enforcement?
I'm always in favor of our law enforcement. ICE has done an amazing job. We've taken up hundreds of thousands of horrible criminals, including murders. We had 11,888 murders A lot of them have been found and removed from our country. We have the lowest crime number. We have the best crime numbers we've had, you won't believe this one, 125 years. From the year 1900, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I have a great loyalty to ICE, to Border Patrol, to our police, to, frankly, our firemen, etc.
Mr. President, are you judges of anarchy?
Has the economy turned a corner? We're at 50,000, we're at 7,000, we're at 15. And if you remember, they've been staying any way they were. They said if Trump, by the end of his term, after 4 years, would get the number of Dow numbers to 50,000, it would be a miracle. It would be I got it in 1 year to 50,000. Think of it, in 1 year. And I got S&P, which is actually harder, to 7,000, which they said would be impossible to do even within 4 years. And I got it in 1 year. The economy is doing unbelievable. We right now have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
That was President Donald Trump live, speaking to reporters as he is on his way to Fort Bragg here in North Carolina. Him and the First Lady making their way to the transportation now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News, 12:49 on your Friday afternoon. We're going to get to another check of your forecast. Valentine's Day is looking good, but just be aware there's some rain coming on Sunday.
Well, good Friday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We are heading into a beautiful Valentine's weekend, at least for the first half of it. Friday afternoon is looking nice. Clear sunny skies out there at Lake Norman. Much of the same. Beautiful beach mountain. Lots of kiddos out there sledding. I saw lots of people out there skiing and snowboarding. I mean, I think they have the right idea. What a nice day it is. Really up in the mountains, here in the Queen City, even out there at the beach. beach. By tomorrow, for actual Valentine's Day, we will have a nice start to the morning. That is when we'll have the best opportunity to get some sunshine, but we do have cloudy skies on the way by Saturday afternoon and evening. However, we will stay dry. It's not until Sunday that we do have more widespread rain pushing back into the area, and while it might be a little inconvenient for any weekend plans, we desperately need the rain. A look at the rest of our Friday. It is going to be very nice as temperatures continue to rise to nearly 60 degrees with perfectly blue sunny skies, even up there in the mountains. 40 degrees this afternoon there in Banner Elk. Blowing Rock 43. I've seen lots of people out and about going to the shops, grabbing lunch out on one of their cute patios. It'd be a great day to do that. Upper 50s there in Morganton, 56 in Hickory. Much of the same around the Queen City, and then even to the south of us, nearing 60 degrees. So bottom line, we're a few degrees above our average. We should be at 56, but we'll take 59 degrees today. Clear skies overnight will really allow those temperatures to drop back down below freezing. So if you want to get outside for your Saturday and you want the most amount of sunshine, you kind of have to wake up early, layer up, go soak it up, because by Saturday afternoon and evening, that's when those clouds will make a return. Overall, though, this is how our day will play out tomorrow. Notice the most amount of sunshine will be early in the day, but maybe you have some Valentine's Day evening plans. Maybe you're heading out to dinner. This is what it will look like. Notice it is dry. It is cloudy though. However, those clouds are kind of acting like a blanket, helping to keep those temperatures very mild. Overall this weekend, Saturday's your day. Soak it up and enjoy that sunshine. Not only some sunshine, remember, for the first half of the day, but nearly 65 degrees. Not doing too bad. And then Sunday, just call it a lazy day. It is going to be cloudy, cool, and wet. You won't want to be out in that. Here's our satellite and radar. I mean, this is what you want to see on a Friday. Hardly any cloud coverage across all of North and South Carolina. As we're taking you into our futurecast, here's tonight about 5, 6 o'clock. Still looking all right. Waking up for our Saturday, here's 7 o'clock in the morning. Clear skies to start the day with increasing clouds by Saturday evening. The rain does hold off until Sunday though, but by the time you're waking up on Sunday, it will have already started. Sunday is kind of a washout day because it'll be steady throughout the entire day, even Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then heading into our Monday, we'll be back on track to some sunshine and very nice temperatures. Drought monitor, boy, it is concerning. Most of North and South Carolina under a severe to even extreme drought. Basically, that means that we desperately need this rain, and we will get it again on Sunday. Models are indicating about 1 to 2 inches of accumulating rain on Sunday. However, because the ground is so dry, some of that rain may have a hard time absorbing. Then as we're heading into next week, mid-70s, how does that sound? 75 degrees come Thursday, getting even warmer after that. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Heading into our weekend with picture-perfect Carolina weather. Sunday will be our rainy day, and then next week, getting warmer multiple days into the 70s, all starting on Wednesday. Hope you have a great weekend and happy Valentine's.
Well, speaking of weather, we actually have some fun news here today in the Live Impact studio. Our very own Larry Sprinkle has been awarded the Dogwood Award. That's an Attorney General award from the North Carolina State House. So this has been a thing since 2017 when at the time Attorney General Josh Stein created it. Now it's been taken over by our current Attorney General. And it's the idea is to celebrate people who have kept their communities safe, healthy, and happy. So who could think of anyone better for this award than the Larry Sprinkle, who's actually on the phone with us right now. Larry, congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, it was a very special honor, a complete surprise. And they had the ceremony about an hour ago, saluting people really all over North Carolina in many areas. A lot of people in law enforcement, volunteers, people who run food banks, people who helped out in Helene and beyond that. And then how I got in the mix, I don't know, but I'm very honored.
Well, that is, I think, really speaks to this type of award like this. It is so broad that it's so cool to see all facets of the state being awarded. What does it mean to you to be included in something cool like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge honor, and I said complete surprise, and to come from a local guy, Jeff Jackson, Attorney General Jeff Jackson from Gaston County, a great attorney general, man, has dedicated his life to serving the people. And for me, it's you know, I've been around hanging around a few years now, and I always learned that when I first got into broadcasting, first got into radio, I was about 14, my general manager said, Larry, if you're ever going to be successful in this business or in the business of broadcasting, you have to be out there among the people. You have to give your time. So that's been my motto as a scout and as a member of the Alpha Phi Omega service fraternity, is to kind of to give back to the community. And I guess that's why we're in Raleigh today.
Yeah. So for you, this is really about, you know, giving back and about being a part of the Charlotte community then?
Without a doubt. It's you know, if there's a need, if there's an organization, a group of people, and they're in a crisis situation or they're in need of something, I'll always say, give me a call. It's hard to say no. And so I spend a lot of time just out among the people, and I love it because, you know, you love people, you love being involved, and just like all the folks at WCNC Charlotte, we're as an organization, we're kind of dedicated to doing that.
Well, I know that you've done so much for the community, and you mentioned some of the things in particular and some of the organizations you've worked with. I'm curious, do you have any favorite recent memories of being out there and supporting the community here?
Oh, my God. I mean, there's so many. I mean, you know, we had Scouting for Food Drive. We've been doing that 34 years, obviously something that I've been involved with all those 34 years, and just the adventures that we've had in collecting that food out there. You know, the Salvation Army Club for boys and girls, being involved with them over the many, many years. There's so many organizations. I can't list them all, but the memories are very special. I mean, the memories are the fact that the people in our community give back so much. I've had the chance to do a lot of auctions, charity auctions, and just to see the response from just people in our area right there in Charlotte and the Carolinas that will give to those in need, and that touches your heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations again, and thank you for hopping on here right after winning such a big award. We appreciate you, Larry.
Oh, thank you, and have a great day. Great being on here, and I'm heading home from Raleigh in about 10 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Drive safe.
Okay, thank you.
We are going to take another quick break, but stick with us. In just a couple minutes, we'll be speaking live with Dimple Ejmira, councilwoman from the city of Charlotte, about their legislative agenda coming up that they'll be voting on very soon. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Just a minute past 1 o'clock on your Friday afternoon. Of course, the looming deadline tonight is that government shutdown. Now, again, I just want to make it clear that this is not the fully engulfing government shutdowns that we have seen fairly recently. This is a very specific one, just targeted at the Department of Homeland Security, specifically funding for ICE. Now, a lot of the discussion with lawmakers has been a complaint over these large spending bills where you don't really get time to go into the nitty-gritty. So this is going to be them really debating back and forth on how to fund ICE. Democrats, of course, after 2 U.S. citizens were killed in Minneapolis, are saying we don't want to fund ICE without some specific trainings to make sure this doesn't happen again. Meanwhile, Republicans do not want this to go unfunded for any period of time. So it is looking like that is going to expire tonight at midnight. But again, I don't want to make people think that this is something that's going to shut down large portions of the government for a long period of time, though still very, very important. So we want to get to Alice Barr, who's in Washington with the latest.
The clock is ticking again to another partial government shutdown, with the Department of Homeland Security set to run out of funding at midnight tonight.
The motion is not agreed to.
Tensions flaring in the Senate when Democrats rejected a short-term extension, holding out for major changes to immigration enforcement operations.
We want to fund the Department of Homeland Security, but only a department that is obeying the law.
A TSA agent is going to go without a paycheck. Why? So that you can posture politically. I'm over it.
TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard will all lose funding under a DHS shutdown, though most employees will keep working critical jobs without pay. Air travel could be affected, with TSA agents once again under strain, and Congress out for a week-long break.
If a deal is struck, we will get everybody back here to vote on it.
ICE and Border Patrol are at the center of the dispute, but they still have access to a big pot of money from the big, beautiful bill. Democrats are demanding long-term changes, including requiring judicial warrants to enter private property for immigration operations and stopping agents from wearing masks, some of which President Trump called very hard to approve.
We have to protect our law enforcement, very important.
All as the president's border czar announced an end to the surge of federal immigration officers in Minneapolis, where the shooting deaths of 2 American citizens touched off uproar over DHS tactics.
This idea that we're going to continue to fund them at this level after what they've done to my state, that's not in the cards for me.
In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
All right, we also want to show you a live picture. This is from Fort Bragg. This is where President Donald Trump will be speaking, right outside of Fayetteville, North Carolina. You saw him just a little bit ago speaking to reporters, getting on the helicopter to come down here. It's not a long flight, so really looking forward to see what he has to say. Interestingly enough, he'll actually be speaking about a celebration of capturing Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. Now, this is especially interesting. A lot of the special forces that were operating that mission are based out of North Carolina. For those of you who are familiar, this is a very big base with a lot of special forces based here. And so it'll be interesting to see President Trump speak about the situation in Venezuela, the latest, and also directly to military families. So we're going to take another quick break, but stick with us. A lot of interesting things coming up. Welcome back to Live Impact News, just past 1 o'clock here on your Friday afternoon. And we're joined live by City Councilwoman Dimple Ajmera. Dimple, thank you so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon.
Of course. Thank you, Julie, for having me.
I know that there's a lot going on right now. We are still waiting for City Council's budget retreat. We're also waiting to vote on the legislative priorities for 2026. I'd like to start there and talk about some of the things that y'all would like to see from the legislature this year. I know one of the biggest priorities is, of course, funding for safety and mental health support.
Absolutely, Julie. Our number one priority is public safety. We had a hearing earlier this week in Raleigh where our city leaders showed the progress that we are making on public safety. We have seen 21% reduction last year on violent crime. And we also highlighted where we need stronger partnership from Raleigh to keep that momentum going. Julie, you heard from the Chief Patterson. I appreciated her leadership, and that opportunity at the hearing gave us insight into the progress that Charlotte is making, but then also the chief discussed challenges that we are having. So public safety is too important for partisan politics. It requires partnerships at all levels of government. So we have our state legislative agenda, Julie. State legislative agenda and federal legislative agenda was something that was unanimously adopted by the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. It will be in front of the council 2 weeks from today for an adoption. So I can walk you through some of the items that we have on public safety.
Yeah, that would be great. I know specifically I was at that hearing in Raleigh, and one of the things we heard a lot from Chief Patterson was the need for state support for more retention for law enforcement agents, which means higher pay, and also stronger mental health support. I know that that's a multifaceted issue as well.
Absolutely. We are asking Raleigh to step up and provide us the support that we need. We are asking for more funding for mental health support. We are also asking for more support to recruit CMPD officers. As you know, that municipalities across the nation are struggling with recruiting officers, and we need Raleigh's support to help us with that. And we are also asking for additional funding for juvenile detention facility to be reestablished here in Charlotte so that we can hold our repeat offenders accountable while being close to home where they have the support system that is necessary to turn their lives around.
I think what's so interesting about, this hearing and where we go from here is that, of course, this conversation really started with the murder of Irina Zarutska and talking about, it kind of highlighted some gaps in the system, whether that be at the city or state or even federal level. And so I do think it's interesting, too, the element of the court system needing more support, specifically in Mecklenburg County.
Absolutely, you nailed it. In order for public safety to work well, all levels of government have to work together, which means our courts need to be funded at 100%. Our DA's office need to be funded at 100%. We are not operating anywhere near at our 100% funding level. The district attorney's office holds people accountable. So we need to ensure that the district attorney's office does have the funding that it needs to hire prosecutors. We need to make sure that people that have been waiting, these are victims and their families that have been waiting for a long time because our court system has a huge backlog, because they are not well funded. So our state legislative agenda does ask specifically to fund our DA's office as well as our court system so that officers are not having to deal with revolving door. They are having to arrest same individuals 20, 30 times. And that is unacceptable for the city our size.
Now, I do know that even they're watching it. It seems like a lot of the representatives on that committee were very receptive to a lot of these asks. That being said, there is no state budget at this point. Were you surprised at how receptive they were? And on top of that, how quickly do you guys think this needs to go through?
Well, this should have been done yesterday, but sooner the better, Julie. The hearing went very well. I was very pleased to see that there was a level of support, and at least they were receptive to these ideas. And this was not just through political lines. I mean, I saw the support from both Democrats and Republicans, which is great. And because the committee, I believe, realizes that police cannot win the race alone. We need our courts, we need our prosecutors, they have to be fully staffed so cases move forward and victims get closure that they need. Our justice system is like a relay race. Every part of the system has to work in order to keep our community safe.
Now, I know there's also the element of you guys having your budget retreat. This got delayed multiple times for the crazy snowstorms that we've had. But I don't know if we have an update on when that's going to be, and if you have any updated thoughts on what you would like to see that conversation look like.
Absolutely. So, Julie, we are looking at early March for our retreat. We have had to reschedule it multiple times because of the weather. And at our retreat, we will get an update on our budget. I can tell you that public safety pay, specifically the pay for our officers, need to be one of the priorities, because we need to make sure that we can be a number one place for our officers when it comes to competitive pay. We are falling behind, and we heard that from Chief Patterson at the hearing in Raleigh earlier this week. So we will be looking at that. As we are looking at investing more in our talent, recruiting and retaining our talent, we also have very tough decisions to make ahead of us. Sales tax increase that was approved by the residents of Mecklenburg last November will be going in effect this July. So we need to be very thoughtful about how we balance our budget without putting additional burden on our residents, especially our property taxpayers, because we want to make sure we are not harming the very people we are trying to protect. So how do we balance the budget where we are retaining and recruiting the best talent, but at the same time, we are being very mindful about not increasing the burden on our residents in terms of the property tax. So some tough decisions ahead of us. We are also looking at infrastructure, mobility, while also ensuring how do we keep our residents safe, not just in terms of CMPD and fire department, but also how can we make sure we deliver on safe infrastructure. So we have one of the initiatives called Vision Zero, which is to eliminate traffic fatalities and traffic accidents. Our Vision Zero report had come out. We certainly need to do better to keep our residents safe. We have high injury networks where that makes up majority of where traffic fatalities and accidents are occurring. We need to make sure that we address those high injury networks, where we invest in solving those high injury networks so we can save more lives. So I hope that we can address that as well as part of the retreat. And I look forward to the budget update on how we are looking in terms of our projections. And also, we will be looking at affordable housing. As our city is growing at such a fast pace, we need to ensure that people can afford to stay in our city. People who are working in our city should be able to afford to live in our city. So affordable housing is also one of our priorities alongside public safety and infrastructure. We will also be looking at workforce development and small businesses development. Because they are what makes Charlotte so special. We need to ensure that as we are looking at $30 billion investments over next 30 years in our mobility projects, that our small businesses are ready to bid on some of these opportunities, that our workforce is ready for the opportunities that will be coming down the pipe. So we'll be looking all of that and more at our retreat in early March.
A lot of really important topics. Just one more question out of curiosity. You mentioned Vision Zero. Of course, everyone would love to see the roadways be even safer. I'm curious if, going back to our original topic about the legislative agenda, if there's any way City Council wants the state to support in that safety effort.
Absolutely. So all of the items that I mentioned, reestablishing juvenile detention facility here in Charlotte is part of our state legislative agenda, supporting the retention and recruitment of our officers. So funding from the state for that is also very crucial. We are also asking the state to fully fund our district attorney's office at 100%, as well as our court system at 100%. We are making those asks as our state legislative agenda. We will be discussing that at the retreat as well. We have a very tight time frame for our state legislative agenda because the short session in Raleigh begins in April. So we have less than 2 months at this point to adopt the legislative agenda that I touched on. And we will be going to DC in March to lobby our delegation and discuss our legislative agenda.
Dimple, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. We really appreciate you walking us through some very complicated issues. So thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. Honor. It's my honor. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News. We're going to take you out live to Phoenix, Arizona. That is where Department of Homeland Security leader Kristi Noem is currently speaking. Now, just want to make you aware, again, it is her department facing the shutdown tonight. It is looking like that's going to go through. Right now, she is speaking about election security.
It's been our American duty to maintain our republic and to make sure that our elections are secure. Republics depend on the confidence of their citizens, that when they vote, that their vote matters, that it counts. And our elections are essential to make sure that that confidence stays there, that they know and trust that the system is fair. Since returning to office, President Trump has made election integrity a priority. He's made it a cornerstone of his Make America Great Again agenda. And the truth is that our election system needs a lot of work. From state to state throughout the country, we see challenges and things that can be improved on. And although the Constitution gives states the primary responsibility for running their elections, Congress also gives authorities and duties to the federal government. Now, as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, those authorities lie within my department, and the responsibility lies with me. I have the responsibility of not just pointing out different vulnerabilities that we may see in our election systems, but also with making sure that we're putting forward mitigation measures that can be enacted at the state and local level to make sure that our elections are run correctly, that the votes are counted and tabulated, and that the people that were elected are put into those positions. As President Trump said, we will either fix our nation's election issues or we will no longer have a nation to save. Right now, America has a golden opportunity, a wonderful opportunity to show that we are serious about securing our elections and that we care about making sure that we preserve our sacred republic. Earlier this week, the House of Representatives passed the SAVE Act. This is federal legislation that does some common sense, straightforward things. First of all, it requires a photo ID in order to vote in federal elections. It also requires proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. And it requires states to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. These measures are extremely popular with American citizens. American people have common sense, and they want to see reforms like this put into their elections. In fact, a Gallup poll was recently released that shows 84% of Americans support a photo ID when they go to vote, that 83% support proving your citizenship when you go to register to vote. A Pew Research poll showed that 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats agree with voter ID. There's a reason why more than 80% of Americans support these measures, and that's because they work and they're common sense and they build trust into the system. It's common sense that our elections should belong to the American people, that they should be the ones who get to vote, whose votes are counted, that they get one vote, not more, not less. It's common sense to make sure that foreign nationals don't vote in our elections, don't elect our leaders, and have a say in how our country runs. They don't and should not be allowed to be trampling on the voice of the American people, and will no longer allow American citizens to be disenfranchised, to have their voices suppressed by criminals, by hostile foreign actors, and by illegal aliens that shouldn't be here in this country. It's a fact that non-citizens have been voting in our elections. They've been registered and they have voted from state to state. For example, one of the most recent individuals that we've talked about is Ian Andre Roberts. He was an illegal alien from Guyana that was arrested by ICE while serving in Des Moines, Iowa as the school district superintendent. Perhaps you remember hearing about that arrest. Despite him being here illegally in this country, he was registered to vote in Maryland. He had a long rap sheet also of criminal charges, including narcotics possession, second and third degree possession of a weapon, and criminal possession of a forgery instrument. In Coldwater, Kansas, we had an illegal alien that was able to vote and was even elected as a mayor. He was charged by the Kansas Attorney General last fall for voting without being qualified and to election perjury charges thanks to assistance from the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Agency. As it stands, current guidelines for the National Voter Registration Act effectively stop states from going forward and checking citizenship during registration. The Save America Act would fix this. It would make sure that we close those loopholes and that we ensure in American elections only Americans vote. Critics assert that the Save America Act will somehow hurt American voters. That's just absurd and absolutely not true. One of the claims that they have made in criticizing this bill is that they say that newly married women would be disenfranchised because they've had a name change. Well, there's many women out there, including myself, who've been married and changed our names when we re-registered to vote. And likewise, the idea that this bill would make it impossible for U.S. service members to vote if they're deployed overseas, well, that's completely false as well. For all of those procedures that are in place today continue to stay that way after this act is passed and signed into law. They also say that this act requires voters to have a U.S. passport to register. That's not true. There's multiple options that are given to provide proof of citizenship, including military ID, government ID, photo ID with a proof of birth and location. In fact, if an individual has no documentation, they have the option of appearing at an election office and providing an affidavit stating that they are a citizen of this country. Now, another ridiculous conspiracy theory that we've heard is that the federal government will remove people from state voter rolls. Well, that's just simply not true. It's state and local election officials do the registration, and they maintain these lists going forward. We just help them do their job and make sure that they're doing it correctly. Each of the arguments that have been laid out to criticize this bill are baseless speculation from the radical left because they want illegal aliens to vote in our elections. They want to disenfranchise American citizens by telling them that their votes don't matter. There's only one reason that anyone would oppose this bill, and that's because they would want to cheat. They want illegal people and aliens in this country to be able to vote for them and to rob the United States citizens of their vote. And that's why they resist us at every single level when we're trying to deport people back to their home countries or stop them from committing crimes against the American people. That's why they do not support voter ID, proof of U.S. citizenship, or clean voter rolls. That's why the Save America Act is absolutely critical to our country's future. Because without secure elections,
all right, we're actually breaking into that speech that's happening live because we want to get out to our Miles Harris, who is up there in the mountains. He just heard from Governor Josh Stein trying to highlight our skiing industry, which, of course, today's a beautiful day, thank goodness. But I know that it's been good weather for those skiers out there. Miles, what did you hear today?
Yeah, so Governor Josh Stein was really trying to push and really encourage people to make their way out here to the slopes, as we are already starting to see a lot of people already kind of start to make their way out there. So I'm going to step to the side so you can kind of just see how many people have already started to take advantage of this long, what could be fun, busy weekend with President's Day kind of falling on that Monday. And we also know that, the Winter Olympics are in full swing. So people might be seeing, what they're seeing on TV with the Olympics and wanting to kind of come out there, test as far as their athleticism, maybe test themselves when it comes to the skiing, the slopes, anything of that nature. So Governor Josh Stein was kind of emphasizing and encouraging people to make their way out here to Western North Carolina. They call it really the ski capital of the South, and really on the eastern side of the country as well. As you can already kind of, like I said, see how many people have already made their way out here, taking advantage and having some fun out here. When they mention not just the time of the year of it being one of the more of the slower times when it comes to the industry and economically as well, but they're also really emphasizing that this has been really a huge heartbeat economically in the community here in Western North Carolina following Helene. So they're really trying to make sure that people come out here, take full advantage, see how normal it is, but also seeing how fun it is, especially when we're talking about the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, but also seeing that this is a long weekend ahead for families as well. Julie.
Now, Miles, I know this is really huge, as you mentioned, for the economy there, and just looks so much fun. We got a chance, as the photographer was zooming in, to really see. Will you be getting on the slopes today, Miles?
So I think my doctor would be really upset about that after 3 knee surgeries about getting out here and trying to ski or snow. So I know that he's probably watching, so I'm just going to say no. But it looks as fun as what you said, though, too. I will say that.
Right. He's going to say no. We'll see about that, Miles. Thank you very much for joining us, and have fun out there.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but stick with us because I believe First Lady Melania Trump is about to start speaking in North Carolina, and then President Trump will be right after her. So we'll get to that after this break. Welcome back to Live Impact News, getting straight out to Fort Bragg, where President Trump is speaking live to special forces involved in Maduro's capture.
Maybe 4 years, the end of the term, to hit 50,000 on the Dow. We did it in 1 year. And likewise, to hit 7,000 on the S&P was going to take at least 4 years, could be 5 or 6. We did it in 1 year. So, and all I know is forget about the stock market, forget about Wall Street. Your 401ks are doing very well. I don't have to ask you. Is anybody doing poorly with their 401k? If they were, you're a pretty bad investor, I'll tell you. But I want to thank Melania. Our country is truly blessed to have such a phenomenal First Lady. And now she's a movie star on top. Can you believe? She did a movie. It's the hottest thing you've ever. It's crazy. Congratulations, by the way. Very good. You know who loves that movie? The ladies. They go see it 3-4 times. That's what I heard. They go see it with the husband. Husband really likes it a lot, but the women go back and see it. But she's a great First Lady. And I'm thrilled to be back on one of the greatest and most celebrated military bases in the history of the world, Fort Bragg. We have your name back. We got your name back from the radical left. The radical left is not happy about it. It's another reason you have to vote for us, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be. This is the home of the legendary Green Berets, the home of the Sky Dragons, and the All-American 82nd Airborne. And in particular, I hear that we are joined by many exceptional soldiers from the 1st Brigade Combat Team, also known as the Devils in Baggy Pants. What's that all about? The Devils, they are devils. And you are devils, I will say. And I have no higher honor in life than to be your Commander-in-Chief. I'm so proud of you all. And so let me begin by saying a very, very big thank you to our great warriors and the men and women of the United States Army. Unbelievable. Very special thanks also to all of the incredible military families who are here today. You know, without that family, our soldiers would not be the same. It's a whole big deal. I don't think they get enough credit, but they do get credit with me. That's why I sent you 1776 a couple of weeks ago, a little while ago. We had a lot of money coming into our country from tariffs, and I said, let's send a little to our soldiers. You know, they came in, they said, sir, we can do 1,775. I said, oh, that's good. They put the number. I said, you know, if we add $1 more, it's 1776. I said, add $1. Add $1. Did everybody get 1776? I think so, right? You think the Democrats would have done that? Forget it. But it's really because of your incredible sacrifices to keep America safe and free. There's nobody more respected than the people in this room. We're also joined by General Gregory Anderson, General Brandon Tagmeyer, Secretary Howard Lutnick, Senator Ted Budd. He's doing a fantastic job, too. Members of Congress, Mark Harris, Pat Harrigan, Brad Knott, David Rouser, Addison McDowell, and your own congressman from right here in the district, a really great guy. He's a real leader, too. Richard Hudson, where are they? Where are they all? Look at them. They're all dressed up. They have to be nice to you, because without your vote, forget it. They're out of commission, right, fellas? But what a good job. And Richard, this is your area. Congratulations. He's always bugging me for more money for Fort Bragg. I said, Richard, get off my back. And we're going to do that. You know, they're talking about a big compound, right? And we're going to get that done. We're going to get it done for you. Now, if the Democrats get in, it's not going to happen. I guarantee you that. But we're going to get that done. That's your number one priority, I think. Richard Hudson. So you have another man who is running for the Senate, who is phenomenal. The only thing is, he's not as well known. He was behind the scenes. He was the head of my 3 campaigns. I won all 3 times here by a lot. It wasn't even close. And he was responsible, along with Laura Trump. Laura is fantastic. Born here and loves the area, but they work together. But Michael Watley, if he's here, I don't know. Michael, will you come here for a second, please? He's running for the Senate, and if he gets in, you're going to be taken care of. If he doesn't get in, we're going to be stripping the military like they always do, the Democrats. This is a man who was the head of North Carolina, so he did so well that I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because when it came time to picking the head of the Republican Party, I picked him. And you saw what happened in the last election. We won in a landslide. We won every swing state, all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes, the popular vote. You know, the first time I won, but they say I didn't win the popular vote. You know I did. I won it by a lot, but they said. And so every time they'd introduce Donald Trump, who didn't win the popular vote, but he, you know, whatever. I said, I don't ever want that to happen again. But we did. We won everything. And this is a man that was in charge of this state. He did so well here. There was nobody else that I even considered to run the RNC. That's the whole country. And we had a big, big victory just recently that you know very well, a victory like they've never seen. So I'd just like you to say a couple of words, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you. In 2015, Donald Trump came down an escalator and said that he was going to make America great, that he was going to protect our country, that he was going to make sure that our men and women in uniform had what they needed to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And North Carolina stood up and said, that's our guy. And in his term in office and in this term in office, there has never been a president who has fought for Fort Bragg, who has fought for the men and women in uniform in North Carolina, as well as our veterans, more and harder and better than Donald J. Trump, our 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. I am thrilled that he has asked me to run for Senate in North Carolina and is giving me an opportunity to represent you and to fight for you and every other base that we have in this great state to protect our interests, to make sure that America and our allies are going to be protected. Because the highest, most important function for any government is to keep its communities and its citizens safe. And we have the best president right now to do that. And I am honored to be with him today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Good to see you.
And the word is he's doing really well. But when I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no, they're kidding. That's not gonna do. They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly, but they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. They'll take it off again. You can't let that happen. And this man is exceptional, I'll tell you right now. So with the help of everyone in this room, America is the strongest military on the face of the earth. We rebuilt it. We really did. We rebuilt it in my first term. We had a great first term. We had the best economy in history, but this is blowing it away. But we had a great economy in the first term. We did everything, but we really created a tremendous military. Now, some of it was given away, actually a lot, but small compared to what we did to Afghanistan. You remember that, where they left all the military equipment behind? We wouldn't have left anything. We were going to get out with dignity and strength, respect. We looked like we were running. We don't run from anybody. That was a Biden embarrassment. What a terrible president. But we came back and we already have rebuilt our military to stronger than it was even then. And we don't leave equipment behind. We don't leave jets behind. I said, why do you leave those jets behind? Sir, I thought it was cheaper to leave it behind. You know, $150 million plane. All they had to do is put a little jet fuel in there and fly it to wherever they want to fly it. These people were the worst. We can't let it happen again. Our military, if the Democrats get in, will be severely misserved. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and now we're making it stronger and bigger and better than ever before. The recruiting is through the roof. You know that after years of recruiting shortfalls, as an example, new enlistments have soared to record highs. We had, a year and a half ago, nobody wanted to join the military. They didn't want to join the Army. You know that. It was like terrible. They didn't want to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, or my beloved, how about that, Space Force. Do we like Space Force? It's turning out to be very important. But they tried to end that, and actually the military refused to allow that to happen. But you couldn't get people to join. And as soon as we won the election, that election took place on November 5th. From November 5th on, it was like a miracle. Now we have waiting lists for every branch of the military, waiting lists of people to get in. In other words, your jobs are wanted by everybody. And isn't that a better feeling? I'm looking at the smiling faces. We've got a lot of smiling faces. You should be smiling. Last year, the Navy and Air Force and Space Force all surpassed their recruiting goals by 5 months early, and the numbers are through the roof. In fact, it'd be a very good time to expand. You know, it's a good time to expand. But the Army did even better than the others, and you shattered your annual recruitment by almost 5 months and lots of days. But more importantly, the number and the quality of recruit has never been higher. This year, the Army is beating its recruitment goal by 116%. And I'm very proud of that. I was very embarrassed for a period of years as I watched how badly this country was run, standing outside and hearing constantly that we couldn't get people to join our great forces. We ended the scourge of political correctness in our military. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Think of it, we won World War I. We won everything. World War II. And everything before, during, and a little bit after, except we fought a little bit differently. We fought to be politically correct. We were a politically correct force with the presidents. But now we have a real force, and you see that with what we did in Iran with the B-2 bombers. A lot of you were involved in that. And what we did recently in Venezuela, nobody ever saw anything like that happen. A Venezuelan general who was on the site, but he moved out fast enough that he lived, because most of them didn't. But he was on the site. He said, we were totally prepared. We saw the planes coming. We saw everything coming. You know, they're a good, strong force. And he said, we got hit like nobody's. They were hit from 17 different directions. They said, there's never been anything like that. It was over in like literally a minute. Everybody was running for the hills. And that's what we have. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the best equipment. We have the greatest people, soldiers. We brought back merit as the sole consideration for advancement and promotion in our military. We won the Supreme Court case, shockingly in that case. It took courage to come up with that decision. It's based on merit. Now you want to get into a college, it's based on merit. It's not based on anything else. You want to get into the military, got to have a little muscle. You got to be strong, like these people here. It's like you're like central casting. I'm looking at all these beautiful-looking people, but you have to be a certain type to do well. And we were taking anybody that wanted to get in because we wanted to be politically correct. No, it's based on merit now. You get into the military based on merit, and other places also based on merit. There might be advantages to other people in other fields. But this is all based on merit. As long as I'm president, we will be the best led, the best trained, the best equipped, the most disciplined, and the most elite fighting force the world has ever seen. That's what we've turned out to be, and everybody knows it. They all know it. Every country knows it. I speak to all of them. They know exactly what they would be up against. Hopefully we'll never have to test them. And because of our strength and because of what we do, we probably won't have to be tested. That's why this year we're investing also $1 trillion in our armed forces, most we've ever spent. And next year it's being raised. In fact, we're going to be building a number of battleships. You ever hear of battleship? You know, World War II, you saw those big ships, the Iowa, the Alabama, the Missouri, they're going there, sailing through that water like it's nothing. Those big waves are crashing into the front. The hulls are made of 7 inches of steel, not aluminum. Aluminum's fine, by the way. I don't want to hurt the industry. We're doing very well. But I'll take steel. And it's going through those waves like it's a hot knife through butter, right? And it was incredible. It was a great thing. It was a great act of beauty when you looked at that, the scenes. Victory at Sea. I don't know if has anyone ever seen Victory at Sea? Probably the ones that have would have joined the armed forces when you have, but Victory at Sea. And you looked at those battleships. So now we're building 10 of them, initial order, 10. And I said, what about reinstating the old ships? We have some of them in dry dock. Some of them are museums right now, like the Iowas and Rancho Palos Verdes in California. You have a couple of them, and they're still very powerful looking. To me, So I said, what about bringing them back? They said, sir, it would be no good. Why do you say that? The new battleship that we have, which I've seen and helped design, I put a little more spirit in the hull, a little more, give me a little bit more hull. And I want that ship to look gorgeous, you know. Forget about stealth. They say, oh, it's stealth. They design ugly equipment for stealth. Well, we're designing great-looking equipment, also stealth. But I said, well, what about bringing them back? Sir, the new ships, the new battleships that we have almost very soon under construction will be, listen to this, 100 times more powerful than the ships that we got to see in the 1940s. Think of that, 100 times more powerful. We need that. This way nobody messes with us, right? We need it. For every service member in our military, this historic investment also includes a well-deserved, across-the-board pay raise, not including 1776. And at my request just before Christmas, we did the, and really in honor of the 250th anniversary, we did that little special payment, which everybody appreciated, and it was an honor for me to do it. As part of the one big beautiful bill that we got approved, which was amazing because it really encompasses all 4 years of the term, we'll also be investing over $1 billion to improve on-base housing, and a lot more than that at Fort Bragg. We're going to be doing, if we get the congressman's wish, we're going to be doing a lot more than that. We're also going to spend billions of dollars on improving here and around the area. We're going to make it great because the people in this area have been so incredible. The spirit they had. When they changed the name of this base, the spirit, not even military people, they were so proud of that name, Bragg. They said, we have to bring it back and keep the area safe. It's a great area. In fact, I'm thinking about moving here someday. Maybe I'll move here. With our great movie star, we'll move here. With our First Lady, we'll move to Fort Bragg. Would you like that, darling? Very much. She loves you. It's a possibility. Actually, it's not a bad idea because we love it. But we want to keep this area safe, and we can't do that without the leaders, and your ex-governor is not one of them. It would be a disaster if he got in. And one of the things that I just mentioned and saw, you saw the monster that killed an innocent young Ukrainian girl a couple of months ago, slitting her throat from behind. And this was the man, the governor, that allowed this man to get out and to do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. Everybody knew he was trouble. Many, many crimes, one of the worst pasts I've ever seen. And she sat down, she had her throat slit. And that's not going to happen with Michael Watley, that I can tell you. So I just want to tell you it's very important because our military has to be protected. Our people have to be protected, and they will decimate our military. Every time you come in as a Republican, and a lot of Republicans, they come in, they don't do anything about it. I do beyond what anyone's ever done, not even close. To give you all of the equipment you need, we're also purchasing 30 new and modified Abrams tanks. Still the best tank, right? Still? It was named in honor of Stacey Abrams. Only a few very political people would understand that. Congratulations. Thank you very much for a great name, Stacey. But brand new Abrams tanks, 48 new Black Hawk, Chinook, and King Stallion helicopters, the best in the world, the latest equipment, and 86 armored multi-purpose fighting vehicles. All of the things that you've been wanting to get, all brand new. And we're going to be reviving our strength. We're going to be doing many other things that nobody thought was even possible. And we're actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of the United States. And very simply put, America first. You know, it's all about America first. We were putting America last. These people that were running our country were putting us last. We're now America first. And we'll help other countries. We have a very good relationship with NATO, but NATO took advantage of us for many years. We were paying for almost 100% of NATO. Now they're paying their own bills. I got them to pay. We took them from not paying 2% GDP to paying in full 5% GDP. Big difference, like day and night. With the help of our military, we stopped the invasion on our southern border for 9 straight months. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Those charts are made up by the radical left, so I can't imagine that they could be wrong, because it seems hard to believe we could have had 0. My friends, these are early supporters. I have so many supporters up here. How the hell did you get into the military base? It's amazing. I'm a little worried about that. Let's check security. But no, I have so many. You know, I have women from North Carolina. It's about 50 or 60 of them. And they followed me all over the place. Where are they? Here? They got to be here. Oh, yeah, there they are. They're great. Oh, there they are. There are sometimes 50. And I don't know what the hell's going on with their husband because they're, you know, traveling to California. They're all over the place. But they've gone to almost 200 rallies. And it's so great. It's so great. We have Susie Wiles here also, who's the first female chief of staff, and she's done a fantastic job, and she's standing right next to those great patriots from North Carolina. No, they would go all over. It didn't matter where I was. Sometimes I'd see them, like, I made a speech in London. They ended up being, they must be pretty wealthy. That's all I know, because they do a lot of traveling. But thank you very much for being here and for your support for years, because they were there right at the beginning. 2015, even 2015, before we started. Some of them were there before I even announced. They said, he'll be a good president. We need a good president. But they're amazing patriots. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And last summer, I ordered devastating strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities and something that was called Operation Midnight Hammer. That's exactly what it was. 1 o'clock in the morning at midnight with no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And I got the message, sir, they have entered Iranian airspace. And I got to see it all take place. It was amazing. The B-2s, the flying wing. And I didn't understand the B-2s until then, but now I understand them very well. So does he. We just ordered a lot more. The super-duper new model, right? But they flew in. They were totally undetected. And those pilots, I met the pilots. I had them down to the White House, the Oval Office. I gave them all medals, actually. And I said, did you really like doing this stuff? You know, they're flying into very hostile territory. And they said, sir, we couldn't wait. In fact, they wanted to wait. You saw what was happening. People wanted to wait. And the pilots and their commander called me and said, sir, we're ready to go. Don't worry about that. That weather's nothing. We want to go, sir. We want to go. Now, if it were me, I'd say, take it easy. Let's relax. But, you know, you people have a lot of courage. Amazing, amazing. So we gave them medals. But that was Operation Midnight Hammer, achieving total obliteration of the Iran nuclear potential capability, totally obliterated. And think every single one of those 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, which happens to be an air shaft that goes directly into the facility. I don't think they'll be building air shafts anymore. That's not a good concept. They wanted to get a little air. They wanted to get a little fresh air. It didn't work out too well. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the weapons. No other country has the skill. No other country has the guts. And no other country has the extraordinary warriors that we have. We have the best warriors in the world. Because you can have the greatest equipment, but if you don't have the warriors, the equipment doesn't mean much. Last month, we proved this truth once again when some of our greatest soldiers, right here, to ever live, frankly, successfully captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice, where he's now, right now, waiting. And that was an amazing night. People saw that. They've never seen anything like it. You know, it's a pretty military country. It was a big base, one of the biggest bases in South America, where he lived. And it was in a matter of minutes before he was on a helicopter being taken out of there. They had to go through steel doors. The steels were like, it was like paper mache. You know what paper mache is? That's weak paper. These guys blasted through every door. They got up to him before he got to the big safe, but that wouldn't have worked either because they had equipment that was going to knock that out in a matter of minutes. But he never got there. It went so fast. Think of it, in a matter of minutes, when people realize what happened, they're looking up and there's the helicopter heading back to aircraft carriers. So that night, the entire world saw what the full military might of the U.S. military is capable of. And that was an unbelievable operation, but that was a smaller operation. But it was so precise, so incredible. Nobody thought a thing like that could happen. They even talk about the...
All right, you've been listening in to President Donald Trump speaking live out of Fort Bragg, where he is talking directly to the special forces who helped in the mission in Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro. Now, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with some more local headlines. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Here it is 2:02 on your Friday afternoon. We want to get to a story impacting not just North Carolinians, but people across the country. People who have debts that need to be collected are increasingly saying that these agencies that collect these debts are using sometimes threatening tactics. And we have data now showing that this is growing across the country. So Nate Morbido looked into that data. He's here now. Nate, this is a lot of information to look at. What sticks out to you?
Yeah, I mean, number one, that the number of complaints alleging abusive or harassing behavior or other things by debt collectors has increased substantially, especially here in North Carolina.
Interesting.
It's increased by more than 10 times just since 2024. And Carlene, I don't know if you can pull up the map just so we can kind of show where we're getting this data from to be transparent with you. This is Federal Trade Commission data. And if you click on a state, you can kind of see the number of complaints specific for this particular issue. And that's in the kind of the darker blue. But if you scroll down just a little bit, Carlene, it should say the number of reports over time. Look at that. So remember, dark blue is what we're concerned with right now. These are the complaints of abusive or threatening behavior, and they have increased substantially. That's North Carolina. South Carolina looks similar, not as much of an increase, but still going up.
That's a stark jump. Wow.
Yeah, and it's a trend nationwide, too. I mean, you can see some states have it even worse right now. And what that tells you is that, number one, people are becoming more aware that the federal government provides oversight over debt collectors. It also shows that people are not afraid to file complaints, and it makes you wonder, too, if the behavior is increasing as well. Now, I've been fortunate, although I have had debt in my life, I've not been in a situation where it went unpaid. But I, through this job, have met people who have been in that situation. And what sticks out to me in these conversations is people generally are embarrassed and ashamed that at some point in their life, everything happened at one time and things got out of control.
Sure.
But they usually will own it. They will say, I made some mistakes. I needed to get my spending under control, and they want to move past it. They want to work toward paying the debt. And so the question then becomes, when a debt collector calls you and you do owe money, what kind of behavior should we expect? What is acceptable? And they are governed by rules. And we talked to one woman, you'll see her tonight at 11 in our investigation, who lives in Huntersville. She's a nurse practitioner, very well accomplished in life, but had at one point $32,000 worth of unpaid debt. And she said, I was so ashamed. Here I am helping people for a living. I kind of felt like a fraud, but I couldn't even get my own financial life under control. But at the same time, she was telling us that these calls are relentless, number one. And number two, it felt demeaning to her. The tactics these people would use felt demeaning to her. So I really wanted to come on and talk to you guys because I want consumers to know that they have rights and resources available. So this woman connected with a nonprofit called Money Management Incorporated that has been able to greatly reduce her debt, and she'll be debt-free in a few years, thank goodness.
That's awesome.
But at the same time, a big part of this is educating people, and that's what Money Management Incorporated is really trying to do. So we interviewed Jonathan Wolfson. He lives here in Charlotte. He helps people all the time, and he had some really great tips about if you get a call from a debt collector, some of the very first things you should do and the things that you shouldn't do. A lot of this was news to me, and I think it's such great advice that I just want to share that with people right now, and that we can kind of come back and chat a little more about
absolutely.
The first thing that I would do if I came in contact with a third-party collection agency is to make sure that I got a pen and took copious notes, making sure that you're verifying all the information that you're getting from the agency. The way that you can typically know if it's a legitimate third-party collection agency is they start the call with what's called the mini Miranda. This is an attempt to collect a debt, and any information obtained will be used for that purpose. If you do feel like the debt may be valid or may be yours, I would request a written validation. Again, it's something that I would not pay anything and they're required within 5 days of first contact with you to send you a written validation of the debt. So that's something that you would want. In addition to that, you do have the ability, under other provisions, you do have the ability to be able to put the third-party collection agency in what they call on notice, which means they don't have the ability to be able to contact you at home, be able to contact you at work. Now, what I will tell you, you want to send that to them in writing, and you want to go to, and I know this is kind of antiquated, but you want to go to the post office, and you do want to do it return receipt. This way you know that they've received it, you have validation that they've received it. Now, this doesn't mean that you still don't owe the debt, it just means they can't continue to contact you. But if they are harassing you, you know what I'm saying, you can tell them that you'd like to put them on notice.
All right, so Jonathan works for Money Management International. I think I said Incorporated. I wanted to correct that. Money Management International. What's interesting about him is the first several years of his career, he worked as a debt collector.
Oh, interesting.
So he knows how it goes on the other side. And what he told us is that a lot of times there's, kind of a compensation plan where you get a certain percentage of the money you collect. And so it's much more enticing for a debt collector and financially beneficial to try to collect the money quickly on the front end and to make the process move quickly, right? And I think his advice there is just, you got some time, slow down, make sure that that's verified. If you don't want them calling you anymore, tell them as much in writing, and then you can go about paying it the right way. What's also interesting is there is an industry group of debt collectors, and essentially their message is they believe that you should be communicating with the debt collectors first before you escalate to your state attorney general, to the Federal Trade Commission, to Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. I'm probably leaving out a word of that federal agency. But basically, before you reach out to them, you should communicate directly with the debt collectors. So you're hearing two different sides of this thing. And the bottom line is you just should be educated. Before you get in the situation, before the calls start coming, you just want to have a game plan. Because again, I believe most people own their mistakes and want to correct their debt and come clean with it. But at the same time, they want to do it in a way that doesn't feel pressured and doesn't put them in a position where they're even in a worse situation.
I'm curious, especially with his previous experience as a debt collector himself, if he was surprised by these recent numbers or if he was...
No, not really. And he is very quick to say not all debt collectors are this way, right? We're not going to lump everybody into one category. But especially with some of the federal loan kind of changes, he says a lot of debt has come due. And so people are getting more calls, and in some ways people may feel strong-armed by it. But ultimately, he just didn't feel good about his career.
Yeah.
And he said, I needed to do something different that would actually help people. And you have people that you're helping change their lives. And we're talking about like reducing interest rates that you have to pay back maybe coming up with a budgeting plan. And this is great advice too. I certainly don't do it, and maybe I should, but really write down everything that you spend in a month and really track it. It's such simple, like financial literacy. And once you do it the first time, it becomes much easier. But he really believes in knowing how much you spend, so then you can make some decisions about how much money you have coming in and how much you should be spending coming out. And at least at that point, you don't get into a situation where you are in debt. But this woman that you're going to hear from at 11 tonight, she has really become great at budgeting now.
Sure.
This is something that she has really changed. She came from a family who was very financially responsible and is trying to be financially responsible again. And I'm just really happy for her because she's so positive, and she really seems to have worked hard to right the ship.
I have a question because they mentioned, like, when you get these calls from debt collectors, like, take notes about what they're saying. Can you record the call?
Yeah, I don't know legally. I mean, I guess it depends what state you're in.
What state you're in, right? For
if it's
one
a
party. Yeah.
And if you're the one party, then you can do it.
North Carolina's one party,
Yeah.
so you couldn't be able to record it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the recording part also comes, are you going to disseminate that recording too?
Sure.
So, if you're recording it for your benefit, I'm just not going to give advice because I'm not an attorney on that.
Sure.
But I know in one party states, as long as one party knows, you can record.
Okay.
I know a lot of that interesting advice from Jonathan is going to be really helpful for people tonight at 11. We're going to hear from that woman in Huntersville with personal experience. Anything else we need to know ahead of your story?
No, I just think that people, if you're experiencing this, and again, I've talked to a lot of people that have, there is hope for you. Mm-hmm. There is a way to make sure the debt collectors get what they are after, but to also protect yourself. And I think what's interesting about this organization, which I was not familiar with before we started talking and looking into this, is that, for them, they're a nonprofit. And so they have kind of fees based on income that can help people. And I think that's an asset for folks, too, that there are some options out there for people that are trying to get over this hump. And again, you'll hear from this woman in 11. She's a professional. She has a child. Her mother lives with them. She has a beautiful home. She really is on the other side of this. She still owes the money, right? But she has totally changed her situation because she learned about the options she had and was able to kind of start tightening the belt and coming up with a plan to move forward.
I think that's going to be, an inspiring story for a lot of people.
I hope so. I mean, it was inspiring for us because she's just, again, positive people. You want to root for them, right? And I can sit there and say, put yourself in their shoes, Could this have happened to you? Potentially. You never know. Life happens, right? And sometimes it all piles up on people. And sometimes it's just reckless spending. And so at some point you have to say, this is my responsibility. What can I do, right? But you got to make sure that the debt is in fact yours, because there have been issues we've looked into before where there was no verification,
right? And
that you can't do that. You got to be very upfront with people and transparent.
And that's where people like Jonathan can come in and help.
Exactly.
Well, Nate, thank you so much. I know we're looking forward to your story at 11.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News, 2:16 on your Friday afternoon. Something else happening live right now. This is in Durham. We are waiting to hear from Senator Bernie Sanders, actually, who is here in North Carolina at this event. We're expecting to hear from him soon to support a congressional candidate.
System or our foreign policy. I think people know that our economy is rigged. Our healthcare system is fundamentally broken, and our foreign policy is soulless. I think people are longing for leaders who will fight for something that's actually better, that's tangibly better, that's meaningfully better than this. But we have been told for years in this party that something meaningfully better is not possible. That is getting harder and harder to believe. Today, we have billionaires with yachts so big that they dock smaller yachts on them for the excursions the big yachts can't go on. Companies are laying off workers just so they can buy their own stock back and inflate their share prices. And the most powerful corporations in the history of the world are busting up unions, preventing frontline workers from organizing for basic rights and basic dignity on the job. Y'all, I am sorry, but if those same corporations are spending money to keep you in Congress, you are not doing the job right. It is not radical to expect our party to hold these corporations and oligarchs accountable. What we are calling for, and in this primary what we are demanding, is a return to what we know this party can be, because it is who we once were. We are the party of antitrust laws. We are the party that broke up the monopolies. We are the party that took on the robber barons and the oil trusts and the steel trusts, insisting that the power of the people must be stronger than the power of concentrated wealth. We demand a return to that kind of party because we are up against that kind of corporate power again. The Democratic Party cannot expect people to believe that we are fighting for everyday Americans if we are beholden to those same corporate interests. It is time for change in our party. That's why I'm excited about the next speaker you're going to hear from. Nida Alam works for the people. She stands up to special interests. She fights back against corporate cronyism. Y'all, I know I'm not supposed to say this as the chair of the county party, but I'm going to be honest. I had started to lose faith in this party a little bit. I'd started to lose a little bit of hope. But when I heard Nida was running, I felt that hope stirring up in my soul again. And y'all, for the first time in a long time, I'm feeling hopeful again. I'm hopeful for a federal jobs guarantee. I'm hopeful for universal child care and tuition-free college. I'm hopeful for a Green New Deal. And I'm hopeful for a foreign policy that invests and helps build schools and hospitals abroad rather than helping bomb them. I am hopeful for health care for every man, woman, and child in this country because I am once again hopeful for Medicare for all. I'm hopeful for a stronger party that actually delivers for working people. Are y'all feeling hopeful in the room today? Are you ready to turn that hope into action? Do not underestimate the Democratic Party's ability to resist this kind of change. It will not be easy. Don't get too excited at the rally and think that we've got it in the bag. We need your help turning that hope into action. We need you to knock on doors and talk to voters and make phone calls and stand at the polls and share about what's making you hopeful for our future. Tell people about what Nida Alam is fighting for the people of the 4th Congressional District. Because I am confident that if we work together over the next few weeks, we can make Durham County Commissioner and with our help, the next representative for the 4th Congressional District, Nida Alam, the next progressive voice in this nation. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of looking to New York to find candidates and elected officials that are exciting and actually fighting for the people. I'm ready to have people in North Carolina that inspire that kind of hope. And Nida Alam is that leader. And I know that together we can fight for that brighter future together. So thank you for being here. Thank you for volunteering and donating. Thank you for standing with NIDA. A brighter future is possible together.
All right, we are still waiting for Senator Bernie Sanders to speak there in Durham. We're going to take a quick break while we wait. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Julie Kay here. We want to get another check of your forecast, especially ahead of Valentine's Day weekend. Here's Majestic Storm.
Well, good Friday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We are heading into a beautiful Valentine's weekend, at least for the first half of it. Friday afternoon is looking nice. Clear sunny skies out there at Lake Norman. Much of the same. Beautiful beach mountain. Lots of kiddos out there sledding. I saw lots of people out there skiing and snowboarding. I mean, I think they have the right idea. What a nice day it is. Really up in the mountains, here in the Queen City, even out there at the beach. By tomorrow, for actual Valentine's Day, we will have a nice start to the morning. That is when we'll have the best opportunity to get some sunshine, but we do have cloudy skies on the way by Saturday afternoon and evening. However, we will stay dry. It's not until Sunday that we do have more widespread rain pushing back into the area, and while it might be a little inconvenient for any weekend plans, we desperately need the rain. A look at the rest of our Friday. It is going to be very nice as temperatures continue to rise to nearly 60 degrees with perfectly blue sunny skies. Even up there in the mountains, 40 degrees this afternoon there in Banner Elk. Blowing Rock, 43. I've seen lots of people out and about going to the shops, grabbing lunch out on one of their cute patios. It'd be a great day to do that. Upper 50s there in Morganton, 56 in Hickory. Much of the same around the Queen City, and then even to the south of us, nearing 60 degrees. So bottom line, we're a few degrees above our average. We should be at 56, but we'll take 59 degrees today. Clear skies overnight will really allow those temperatures to drop back down below freezing. So if you want to get outside for your Saturday and you want the most amount of sunshine, you kind of have to wake up early, layer up, go soak it up, because by Saturday afternoon and evening, that's when those clouds will make a return. Overall, though, this is how our day will play out tomorrow. Notice the most amount of sunshine will be early in the day, but maybe you have some Valentine's Day evening plans. Maybe you're heading out to dinner. This is what it will look like. Notice it is dry. It is cloudy though. However, those clouds are kind of acting like a blanket, helping to keep those temperatures very mild. Overall this weekend, Saturday's your day. Soak it up and enjoy that sunshine. And not only some sunshine, remember, for the first half of the day, but nearly 65 degrees. Not doing too bad. And then Sunday, just call it a lazy day. It is going to be cloudy, cool, and wet. You won't want to be out in that. Here's our satellite and radar. I mean, this is what you want to see on a Friday. Hardly any cloud coverage across all of North and South Carolina. As we're taking you into our futurecast, here's tonight about 5, 6 o'clock. Still looking all right. Waking up for our Saturday, here's 7 o'clock in the morning. Clear skies to start the day with increasing clouds by Saturday evening. The rain does hold off until Sunday though, but by the time you're waking up on Sunday, it will have already started. Sunday is kind of a washout day because it'll be steady throughout the entire day, even Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then heading into our Monday, we'll be back on track to some sunshine and very nice temperatures. Drought monitor, boy, it is concerning. Most of North and South Carolina under a severe to even extreme drought. Basically, that means that we desperately need this rain, and we will get it again on Sunday. Models are indicating about 1 to 2 inches of accumulating rain on Sunday. However, because the ground is so dry, some of that rain may have a hard time absorbing. Then as we're heading into next week, mid-70s, how does that sound? 75 degrees come Thursday, getting even warmer after that. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Heading into our weekend with picture-perfect Carolina weather. Sunday will be a rainy day, and then next week, getting warmer multiple days into the 70s, all starting on Wednesday. Hope you have a great weekend and happy Valentine's.
All right, we're getting back out to that event in Durham for support for a Democratic congressional candidate, and we are again waiting for Senator Bernie Sanders to speak there.
Brilliant lives in just 36 seconds. Local leaders and the police didn't see it that way. In fact, they were quick to label the situation a parking dispute, as if that is all their lives were worth. Entire futures swept under the rug like just another petty disagreement. Frustrated and grieving, I began to doubt all politicians. One day they demonized Muslims, and the next they explained away our deaths with the wave of a hand. I felt hopeless, and most of all, I missed my friends. As hard as it is to say, I even began to doubt my place here in North Carolina, my home for almost all my life. But along came this senator with white hair flowing in the wind, who Thokir told me to check out. And Bernie saw me in my grief. When he spoke about immigrants, he spoke to us not as outsiders, but as a part of his movement for socioeconomic justice and human dignity. When he spoke about Muslims, he addressed us not as foreigners, but as brothers and sisters, as he does to this day. And when he spoke about working people, he mentioned us not as a convenient voting bloc, but as his heart and soul. He believed in our ability to fight for someone that we don't know. In the hardest year of my life, he gave me a platform to tell my story. And though I can never, ever repay him for that kindness, I'm here today to continue his fight. And trust me, brothers and sisters, we have a fight ahead of us. We have faced many dark moments in the history of our democracy, and this is one of the bleakest. We have been captured by an oligarchy that serves the few on the backs of the many. Where one man, Elon Musk, owns as much wealth as the bottom 50% of Americans. Where the median age to buy a home is 59 years old, leaving our generation and the next more likely to be paying student debt for the rest of their life than being able to have a mortgage. Where AI billionaires get millions of dollars in tax cuts to build their data centers while the rest of us are footing the bills. Our district is a beacon of progress in the South, a rainbow coalition of immigrants, workers, academics, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, neighbors. And it has put a target on our back. When Trump and Musk took over the federal government and stripped it for parts, it was our district that suffered the worst cuts in the entire country. Over the past few months, I've heard from USAID workers, FEMA responders, accomplished academics, doing life-saving research, and I've kept hearing the same story over and over again. Almost a year looking for a new job, months on unemployment, many on the verge of starting their own family, or even just a few weeks away from retirement themselves. Maybe some of you are in the crowd here today. Well, I want you to hear this room. Are we going to let them suffer alone? No. When federal workers are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When immigrants are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When unions are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. We stand up and fight back. That's the way we do it in NCO4. So why is it that our member of Congress is not getting the memo? We have been told that our hands are tied, maybe next cycle. We've been told vote blue no matter who. We've been told just wait until Democrats have the majority. I don't know about y'all, but I am sick and tired of being told to wait while our neighbors are suffering every day. Million Americans are in over $200 billion of medical debt, and yet I am the only candidate in this race who refuses to take money from the pharmaceutical and private hospital lobby. Peaceful protesters are getting murdered in broad daylight, and yet I am the only candidate in this race who has said loud and clear, abolish ICE. Innocent Palestinian civilians, including tens of thousands of children, have been killed with our taxpayer dollars. And yet I am the only candidate that says what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And who has never, ever taken a cent from AIPAC and never will. We have to face the truth that what we're up against is not just the authoritarian Trump regime or the billionaire class drunk on their own greed. What we're up against is the corporate interests that have come to dominate our own party. My opponent is a Democrat, sure, but she's cashing checks from all the same companies as a MAGA Republican. Walmart, Lockheed Martin, AstraZeneca, Raytheon, and Meta, and more. So when it comes to governing, how can she stand up to them? You can't say you're for Medicare for all while taking money from the same companies that spend millions every year to kill it. You can't say you're for a Green New Deal when you're taking money from the same companies that are polluting our environment. You can't call yourself a progressive in one meeting and run away from a high schooler asking a basic question in the next. We know better. We deserve better. And frankly, the oligarchs are scared. They're doing everything they can to discredit our brighter future right now. We've been accused of dreaming too big, of speaking in platitudes. Frankly, that tells me exactly what I need to know. If you think Medicare for all is just a platitude, you were never going to fight for it in the first place. If you think a Green New Deal is just a platitude, you are never going to get it passed. And if you think abolish ICE is a platitude and that body cams will save us from state violence in our streets, then you don't know who we're up against. My friends, these are not platitudes. These are policy positions. And they are policies that we will enact when we go to DC. It's what I've done as a commissioner here in Durham County. Passed the largest budget for Durham County Public Schools in our county's history. Created tax relief programs for low-income and senior homeowners to keep our communities in place. Raised the minimum wage for all county employees, including our educators. And when ICE was out in our streets,
it appears our feed there is a bit stilted, so we're going to come back to that when we get that feed. But for now, a quick break. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Just past 2:40, excuse me. We're going to get back to this live feed out of Durham. We're again waiting Senator Bernie Sanders to speak in support of a congressional candidate.
we had a great crowd come and join us. And right before I entered the theater, I saw a Palestinian auntie waiting for me by the door. And she told me that she's proud of me. And that for her, it isn't about the title that I hold or how far I'll go from here today. For her, it's that we've already begun to make a difference by just showing up. We're not here because we're special. We're not here because we're exceptional. We're here because we are persistent. And we will never stop defending our shared humanity, the loving kindness and compassion that bring us all together. When I think of that loving kindness, first and foremost, I think of my immigrant parents. an unlikely match from India and Pakistan, who sacrificed so much so my sisters and I could dream big. To this day, my parents are my biggest champions and supporters. Some of you may have seen them over the years greeting you at the polls. And I also can't help but think of my children. Alia and Abdo. My children are my heart, the joy of my life. I look at them playing with their friends and cousins, sharing their toys and smiles and snacks. And I know that we are not born with hate in our hearts, nor with division or isolation or dismissal. So in the spirit of Bernie Sanders, because I am a Bernie alum, if nothing else, could I ask you all to look around to the left and to the right of you and join hands with the person next to you. Even if you don't know them, even if they don't look like you. I'm serious, y'all. Come on, let's get cozy. Hold hands. You hold my hand? My children will never get to meet Dia Yasen Razan. And neither will most of you, or your children, or their children. But hand in hand, we will build the brighter future that they dreamed of. A future with a space for all of us. Today, right after the speaking program, Durham County voters, I want you to join my campaign outside because we are going to be marching to the polls together to demand the brighter future we deserve. But before we do, please join me in welcoming the man who lit the spark in this young Muslim immigrant kid way back when, making it possible for me to stand before you today, my political hero, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Durham. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me thank the Durham Convention Center. Thank Eliza McLam, Yasmin Williams, Mama Cookie, Finn McKelwey, and Braxton Winston of the North Carolina AFL-CIO. Thanks for your union support. Wesley Knott, and certainly, last but not least, I want to thank Nita for all the great work she has been doing and being here with us this afternoon for a Fighting Oligarchy event. Nita is, as I think all of you know, a proven fighter with the courage to take on corporate power, to take on billionaires, to take on billionaire-funded super PACs like crypto and AIPAC and all of these special interest groups who think they can buy American democracy. And we're here in Durham to say loudly and clearly that we believe in democracy, not billionaires buying elections. Not an effort to divide us up. we're going to bring our people together in the fight for economic, racial, social, and environmental justice. As I think you all know, Nita is a local girl. She grew up in this district. She attended North Carolina public schools and then North Carolina State University. Now, I know it's a competitive situation here, right? Some of you went to other universities, but forgive her, that's all right. We're in this together. And while at NCSU, she led a campaign to partner with local healthcare workers to provide free healthcare to the low-income community. As you heard a few moments ago, she turned unimaginable loss into a commitment to justice after the 2015 Chapel Hill murders of her close friends in a unspeakable hate crime. And she made history as the first Muslim woman ever elected in North Carolina, serving as the vice chair of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. At a moment when the oligarchs are tightening their grip on our society, we need leaders like Nita, leaders who answer to working families and not the billionaire class. So Nita, thanks very much for joining me on this Fighting Oligarchy event. This is actually our 37th event. In 24 states. And we have brought out well over 300,000 people in those events from coast to coast. And what I am very happy to tell you is my observation, having done all of these events, is the American people, not just progressives, not just Democrats, but Republicans and independents as well, do not want this country to be an authoritarian society or an oligarchy. In a democracy, we have our differences, and I suspect that in this room, there are people with a lot of differences. And that's what democracy is about. We argue it out. We don't throw those people who disagree with us in jail. We don't intimidate the media. We don't usurp the powers of Congress. And we don't send ICE agents out into our communities to knock down doors and shoot people. In my humble opinion, we are living today in an unprecedented moment in American history and the most dangerous times in the modern history of our country. And I want us all to take kind of a deep breath and think about where we are today, how we got to where we are, and where we have got to go into the future. Because these are really crazy times. So many things are happening. It's not just Trump's authoritarianism. It's not just
Again, having a little bit of trouble with this feed here, so while we wait for it to come back, we're going to take a quick break. Stick with us. All right, we are headed straight back to Bernie Sanders live out of Durham, supporting a congressional candidate there.
How are we going to be able to afford the prescription drugs that they need? People are worried about, how am I going to pay for child care for my kid? How am I going to send my kid to college when he or she is so bright and wants a good education? People are worrying about what happens when my landlord raises the rent by 20%, which is going on all over America. I don't know about here. It's certainly in Vermont. Here too. Cost of housing is soaring. All right. And people are worried, what happens? My landlord raises the rent. Where do I go? I got a kid in school. I got to move the kid. It could be very disruptive. People are worried about what happens if my car breaks down and the mechanic is going to say it's cost me $1,000 to get it fixed. All right? And if I can't get it fixed, I can't get to work. And if I can't get to work, I don't have an income. And then what the hell happens to my family? There is a sad reality in America today in that our life expectancy, how long we live, is lower than almost every major wealthy country. But what is even more distressful is the fact that if you are working class in America, you are going to live 7 years shorter life than if you are wealthy. Can you imagine that? All right. Why is that? You tell me. Healthcare is one of the reasons, and I'm going to get into healthcare in a moment, but actually it's not the major reason. All right, you got it. In every audience that I speak, that answer comes up, stress. A few years ago, I did a hearing in Washington with a bunch of doctors, and the title of the hearing was The Physiology of Poverty. You know what I mean by that? When you are working class or low income, and you are worried every day about how you're going to feed your kids, how you're going to pay the rent, how you're going to get to your job, whether you'll have a job, whether your boss will force you to work on a Sunday when you have to take care of your kid, worried about the health of your parents. All of that stress beats you down. Cardio, in terms of heart disease, in terms of a whole myriad of diseases, in terms of the stress and mental illness as well. So what we are looking at right now is 60%. 60% of the people in the wealthiest country on earth are struggling every single day, while the people on top have never ever had it so good. Some of you may recall that when Trump was inaugurated and I had the mispleasure of being there, and right behind them, you had some of the wealthiest people in this country, and you had like 13 or 14 billionaires who he had nominated to run various government agencies. And in this last year alone, not only has Trump and his family become much richer, the billionaire class has become over $1 trillion wealthier. So the other day, some of you may have noticed that Trump said, "We are living in the best economy in the history of the world." Well, he's right. For him and his billionaire friends, he's exactly right. But not for ordinary Americans. So the struggle that we are in right now is, in fact, to create an economy that works for all of us and not just Mr. Musk and his friends. So the struggle is about oligarchy. And when we talk about oligarchy, it is not just the horrific level of income and wealth inequality that we have. It is also a billionaire class that largely controls our economy. Today, we have more concentration of ownership than we've ever had in the history of America. You got 3 Wall Street firms, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, who combined are the major stockholders.
Listening to Bernie Sanders right now. He is in Durham, North Carolina, just talking about everything from rent to high prices, stock market, so on and so forth. We're going to keep following that for you right here on Live Impact News. But first, let's go over to our development guru who is in Charlotte right now, Walker Lawson. Walker, listen, so many people are moving to Charlotte. It has become such a spot for everybody, but really it's going to be hard to keep up with, not only building and development here, but also transportation. So that's why the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization is trying to do something about this. What was today's meeting about, Walker?
Yeah, so, first and foremost, I know my steering wheel's here. Don't worry, we're not driving. We're parked in a safe place. Talking about roads, of course. But today's kind of just one of those final public inputs. They've been going out in different areas, such as Davidson. We're here in East Charlotte now. So just kind of giving people the chance to come and learn more about this, but also the chance to speak. So there's currently a survey that's open until the 17th where they're taking feedback basically on projects. And I spoke to Councilmember Ed Driggs today, who explained that this is something every city has to do. It's something that the federal government requires them to do, and it's to pick as many projects as they pretty much can of areas that need to be addressed, whether that's interchange improvements, whether that's widening roadways, whether it's an array of projects. And basically, it is a lengthy process. And I'll give some examples. So like one in Mecklenburg County is interchange improvements at I-85 at Brookshire Freeway and I-85 at W.T. Harris Boulevard. Another one is Independence Boulevard being slated to be widened. You look at Iredell County, where it focuses on Brawley School Road and Williamson Road. So it tackles all of them, and they have this checklist of things they have to go through. They're basically put on a list now. The municipalities, towns, or cities will then decide whether they want to submit plans for them. Then it goes to DOT. So it's really just this, or it goes to the state. So there's really just this lengthy process, and all they're asking for is for people to come in or go online and give feedback and say, hey, I feel like this plan represents us perfectly or not. And that's pretty much what's going on today. More roadway stuff, not too many housing developments to talk about today, at least.
Housing, development, businesses, roadways. He does it all, folks.
Wheels.
Yes, he does it all. Okay. Walker, thank you so much for explaining that for us. And where can people go if they do want to submit, what they're feeling, thinking about these plans?
Yeah, so we actually have the survey on our website currently. It sits on the WCNC website. If you type in CRTPO feedback, you can do it that way. Or if you fill out the CRTPO, which is basically the Charlotte Regional Transportation Public Authority, I think, you can go to their website, and the survey is very easy to find. It's one of the first things that will pop up on the website.
Great. Awesome. Walker, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Time now is 3:03, and it's been just an absolutely beautiful week, really. It's sunshine today, but it's going to rain coming Sunday. So let's take a look at our weather right now with Majestic Storm.
Well, good Friday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We are heading into a beautiful Valentine's weekend, at least for the first half of it. Friday afternoon is looking nice. Clear sunny skies out there at Lake Norman. Much of the same. Beautiful beach mountain. Lots of kiddos out there sledding. I saw lots of people out there skiing and snowboarding. I think they have the right idea. What a nice day it is. Really up in the mountains, here in the Queen City, even out there at the beach. By tomorrow, for actual Valentine's Day, we will have a nice start to the morning. That is when we'll have the best opportunity to get some sunshine, but we do have cloudy skies on the way by Saturday afternoon and evening. However, we will stay dry. It's not until Sunday that we do have more widespread rain pushing back into the area. And while it might be a little inconvenient for any weekend plans, we desperately need the rain. A look at the rest of our Friday. It is going to be very nice as temperatures continue to rise to nearly 60 degrees with perfectly blue sunny skies. Even up there in the mountains, 40 degrees this afternoon there in Banner Elk. Blowing Rock, 43. I've seen lots of people out and about going to the shops, grabbing lunch out on one of their cute patios. It'd be a great day to do that. Upper 50s there in Morganton, 56 in Hickory. Much of the same around the Queen City, and then even to the south of us, nearing 60 degrees. So bottom line, we're a few degrees above our average. We should be at 56, but we'll take 59 degrees today. Clear skies overnight will really allow those temperatures to drop back down below freezing. So if you want to get outside for your Saturday and you want the most amount of sunshine, you kind of have to wake up early, layer up, go soak it up, because by Saturday afternoon and evening, that's when those clouds will make a return. Overall, though, this is how our day will play out tomorrow. Notice the most amount of sunshine will be early in the day, but maybe you have some Valentine's Day evening plans. Maybe you're heading out to dinner. This is what it will look like. Notice it is dry. It is cloudy though. However, those clouds are kind of acting like a blanket, helping to keep those temperatures very mild. Overall this weekend, Saturday's your day. Soak it up and enjoy that sunshine. And not only some sunshine, remember, for the first half of the day, but nearly 65 degrees. Not doing too bad. And then Sunday, just call it a lazy day. It is going to be cloudy, cool, and wet. You won't want to be out in that. Here's our satellite and radar. I mean, this is what you want to see on a Friday. Hardly any cloud coverage across all of North and South Carolina. As we're taking you into our futurecast, here's tonight about 5, 6 o'clock. Still looking all right. Waking up for our Saturday, here's 7 o'clock in the morning. Clear skies to start the day with increasing clouds by Saturday evening. The rain does hold off until Sunday though, but by the time you're waking up on Sunday, it will have already started. Sunday is kind of a washout day because it'll be steady throughout the entire day, even Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then heading into our Monday, we'll be back on track to some sunshine and very nice temperatures. Drought monitor, boy, it is concerning. Most of North and South Carolina under a severe to even extreme drought. Basically, that means that we desperately need this rain, and we will get it again on Sunday. Models are indicating about 1 to 2 inches of accumulating rain on Sunday. However, because the ground is so dry, some of that rain may have a hard time absorbing. Then as we're heading into next week, mid-70s, how does that sound? 75 degrees come Thursday, getting even warmer after that. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Heading into our weekend with picture-perfect Carolina weather. Sunday will be a rainy day, and then next week, getting warmer multiple days into the 70s, all starting on Wednesday. Hope you have a great weekend and happy Valentine's.
All right, sounds like a good Valentine's Day forecast, especially if you're going out today or tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I hope you guys are gearing up for some exciting weekend plans. We are going to head to Raleigh right now, where Raleigh, Durham, where I was going to say president, but he is not the president. Senator Bernie Sanders is speaking live. He's talking about everything that's going on in the country right now. So let's take a listen in.
We are in no way prepared for the tsunami that is about to come. All right, what am I talking about? I'm talking about people like Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, who has made it clear is already replacing the workers in Amazon warehouses. I don't know, do you have any warehouses, Amazon warehouses here? Okay. Beginning to replace them, and his goal is, he tells his people, his management, we want to automate it all. All right, and certainly Amazon is not the only company working that way. If you work in transportation, if you're a truck driver, an Uber driver, a cab driver, there are driverless vehicles now that are gaining steam, and we see the loss of many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs there. If you are a young person graduating college trying to get an entry-level job, we see that. And I'm talking not just for myself, but I'm telling you what other people are saying who know something a lot about this issue. Those jobs may be gone. I mean, there are really frightening statements coming out from people who really know a lot about it, what it means for the future of our economy. And the issue there is not that AI and robotics are good or bad. It is how they are used and who benefits from that. So if AI can diagnose a disease, if AI can create a drug that deals with cancer or Alzheimer's, that is a good thing. If AI and robotics throw millions of people out on the street, that is a bad thing. Right now, when we get back to oligarchy, virtually all of the money, and there are huge investments, right now AI and robotics are seeing more investments as a percentage of our GDP. We're talking about many, many, many hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. It is the largest investment in the history of this country since the Louisiana Purchase. All right? Who are the people behind these investments? They're our friend Elon Musk, Jeff Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, Jeff Bezos, the richest people in the world. And what I worry about is, given the history of these people, they are not making hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in order to improve life for working people in this country. So I'm on a kind of crusade here, trying to slow this thing down to let us get a handle on it. All right, how do we make AI and robotics work for everybody? How does it improve lives? If it lowers the UAW, my friend Sean Fain, who's head of the UAW, when they were negotiating a contract, they said, you know what, not only do we want better wages and working conditions, etc., we want a 32-hour work week. Why did they say that? They said that because they perceive that every one of their workers is going to be more productive. They wanted their workers to benefit from that through a shorter work week. But those are the kind of ideas that we have got to be talking about. You got to think hard. How do we make AI and robotics work for you and your family? Not just Elon Musk and other billionaires. It's a huge issue out there. And that is why I have called for a moratorium on data centers. And I do that not only, do you got data centers here in North Carolina? Okay, they're spreading all over the country. And people are rising up against them for a number of reasons. They don't want to see higher electric bills. You know, data centers consume an unbelievable amount of electricity and water. And that's kind of the major reason. But to me, more importantly, we got to slow the process down. And I'll tell you something else. I did a town meeting at Georgetown University a few months ago with a guy named Jeffrey Hinton. That name mean anything to anybody? Jeffrey Hinton. He has won the Nobel Prize in Physics a few years ago. And more importantly, he is considered one of the godfathers of AI. He's been working on this for many, many decades. And what he said is that it is only a matter of time, and it may be a few years, where AI, and you understand what AI is capable of doing, they are absorbing every book that has ever been written, every post that has ever been put on.
All right, right now you are seeing Bernie Sanders, senator there, speaking in Durham, North Carolina, talking about everything that's going on in the country right now. We're going to switch gears, though, right now and head over to Minnesota. Friday, Don Lemon did enter not guilty plea in federal court. We're going to take that feed live. They were in front of the courthouse there. It looks like the cameras are switching right now. I'm not sure if they're... Oh, I think they just finished up. Let me take the video and show you what we're looking at right now, just so you can see. You can see that like lots of foot traffic and that sort of thing as they are in front of the federal courthouse in Minnesota. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon is coming out right now. Is that him? Do we see him? Yep. He's coming out, like I said, pled not guilty. Let's see if he's saying anything.
By the White House of the use of AI. So I believe that I have a case, but my attorney is looking into that at this time. It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and diabolical, which is on brand for the Trump administration. Any other questions?
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Thank you. I wanted to say this isn't just about me. This is about all journalists, especially here in the United States. First off, I'd like to thank everyone again for their support to my colleagues, countless journalists around the world, the Lemon Nation, my family and my friends. You all have showed up for me in a real way, and I am extremely grateful for that. I feel it. For more than 30 years, I've been a journalist, and the power and protection of the First Amendment has been the underpinning of my work.
People
the
and
First Amendment,
solidarity.
the freedom of the
We will
press,
continue
the
to
bedrock
stand
of
for
our
what is
democracy.
right.
The events before my arrest and what's happened since, so that people are finally realizing what this administration is all about. The process is the punishment with them. And like all of you here in Minnesota, the great people of Minnesota, I will not be intimidated. I will not back down. I will fight these baseless charges, and I will not be silent. Thank you very much.
So if you can remember Don Lemon, he was one of the people streaming the coverage of the protest at a church against President Donald Trump. And Lemon was taken in for and being prosecuted or charged with different things for being there. Right now we are, we heard him say that he did not plead guilty. And, he went in front of a judge and answered several questions. So basically, he was just there, and he said, you can hear him, that as a journalist, it's very important to be at these things and to stream them and to put them out there. So that is something that we will continue to watch. Like we said, he pleaded not guilty in Minnesota in federal court. So taking it back here to Charlotte, we're going to take a quick break for you, but keep it right here on Live Impact News. We will continue to follow these breaking news situations throughout the afternoon. Watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We've been tracking a bunch of things for you this afternoon, but right now in Durham, North Carolina, Senator Bernie Sanders is speaking. So let's take a listen in.
Struggling with in Vermont, they can't afford health care. Their health care system is a disaster. Their kids are not getting the education that they want. Their wages are abysmally low. But they had no alternative because the Democratic Party in West Virginia virtually does not exist. And that is true all over this country to one degree or another. People are hurting. They want an alternative. And for too many years, the Democratic Party leadership and establishment has not provided that alternative. So the challenges that we face is we have got to be, and politics is hard. You know, anyone who thinks this is very simple and you condemn somebody and I get attacked every day, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you got to be balanced in a million things. One of the things
Listening to Bernie Sanders live in Durham, that station is using a TVU, which is like a live device, right? And so they go off of Wi-Fi and that sort of thing. So sometimes you'll see it break in and out, and that seems to be what we're experiencing over there. So it is cutting in and out just a little bit, just a little behind the scenes of what happens in the newsroom. So we are actually going to go to Josh Stein, because Governor Josh Stein earlier today highlighted the state's thriving winter sports industry. This was earlier today. He was visiting Appalachian Ski Mountain in Blowing Rock and basically saying that we have the highest elevation skiing in the entire Southwest, and we are the ski capital in the South. So very cool. Basically saying that, you know, more people need to come to North Carolina to enjoy our beautiful mountains. So let's take a listen in to kind of what he had to say on that.
Okay, ready to get going here. So, my name is Brad Moritz. I'm the president of Appalachian Ski Mountain. And on behalf of Appalachian Ski Mountain and the Moritz family, my mother Reba and my sister Brenda, and also on behalf of the other ski areas that the governor's going to be visiting, Beach Mountain and Sugar Mountain, we're so happy to have the governor come join us. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank our other partners in the North Carolina government, especially the NCDOT, and want to recognize Michael Poe. If you're here, yeah, stand up. The DOT has done the best job with us this year of any year ever. Really, and we really appreciate that. That makes all the difference in the world. You know, people being able to get here, there's nothing more fundamental than that. So thank you. And also want to recognize Whit Tuttle, who's always been a good partner with the ski industry, and they promote us and keep us in mind, and we really appreciate that. But you know, the industry has gotten back to normal relatively quickly. It's not that way with everyone, and that was affected by the hurricane. But the ski industry is more back to normal, and we're very fortunate and thankful for that. But we appreciate the governor being here, and just want you to know that the fact that you were thinking about us during the winter, we love you. Thank you.
Brad, thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for the tour. We had a brief tour of the operation here at Appalachian, and it's been many years, but I learned to ski on that slope in the mid-1970s, and so it's wonderful to be back here. Joined by Whit Tuttle with Visit and See, Kim Yokel with the North Carolina Ski Area Association and Sugar Mountain Ski Resort, and Ryan Costin with Beach Mountain Ski Resort. And my favorite person is our First Lady, Anna Stein, is here. All of us are focused on winter sports. We've got the Winter Olympics happening, the Paralympics are right around the corner, and if any of you are like Anna and me, you've been watching as much of it as you can and enjoying every minute. We have 2 Olympians and 1 Paralympian from North Carolina competing. Eunice Lee is in speed skating, Mystique Rowe is in skeleton, and Caden Beasley is in sled hockey. We have 5 other hockey players. 5 Carolina Hurricanes are representing their nations in the Olympics. Sebastian Aho, Finland. Seth Jarvis, late addition to Team Canada. Frederick Anderson, Nikolai Ehlers with Team Denmark, and Jacob Slavin with Team USA, and we're all rooting hard for Team USA in the Olympics. I'm not surprised that North Carolina is turning out top-tier athletes for the Winter Games. After all, we are the ski capital of the South. We've really earned the winter title these last few weeks. I got to tell you, it's wonderful to be here on a Friday morning rather than the State Emergency Operations Center dealing with another winter storm. We have the highest elevation skiing in the entire Southeast. In fact, on the entire East, we have peaks rising above 5,000 feet in elevation. There are 6 beautiful ski resorts in North Carolina, making a wonderful experience, whether you like zipping down the slopes or sipping hot cocoa. Every year, the ski industry supports about 2,000 jobs and generates about $250 million of economic activity. More than 780,000 skiers and snowboarders visit our state each year. And if you're out there watching and you haven't been one, we invite you to become one. And today, in the spirit of the Winter Olympics, I'm here to urge everyone to consider Western North Carolina for your next winter vacation. If you're an experienced skier or snowboarder, we have the slopes for you. But if you are a first-timer, don't worry. We are very experienced. Appalachian is a wonderful, they make it as easy as possible. You don't have to own your own ski clothes. They can rent you your clothes. They rent you your skis. They have a ski school. The mountains, the Appalachian Ski Mountains French-Swiss Ski College has educated more than 1 million skiers since its inception in 1962. Come here, you may find your next passion. And if skiing isn't your thing, in the Boone Blowing Rock area, there are tubing hills, alpine coasters, ice skating, sledding, and of course, incredible food and live music. Western North Carolina is building back stronger after Hurricane Helene. Now, even though neighboring communities were impacted by Hurricane Helene, thankfully our ski resorts were not. And they are open, they're ready for business, they're having a wonderful ski season. There are still weekends for you to come up here and enjoy this beautiful part of the world. I thank you, and I will now bring forward Kim. I knew it was Kim. Kim. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we all age a little bit, and so I have to wear glasses. Anyway, welcome, and it's an honor to host Governor Stein and First Lady Anna Stein. My name is Kimberly Yokel, and I'm the president of the North Carolina Ski Areas Association. The North Carolina Skiers Association was founded and established in the late 70s by the then operating ski resorts. It has evolved over the past 50 plus years to include 6 ski areas. It is a nonprofit organization and the official trade group for alpine ski areas operating within North Carolina and drawing visitors primarily from across the Southeast, although we do see international visitors from all over the world. Just the other day I rode the lift with folks from France and saw that visitors from Argentina take advantage of our 4 and under complimentary ticket program. Our organization's mission is to foster, stimulate, and promote skiing and snow sports, as well as safety in skiing and snow sports in North Carolina. We're excited to showcase North Carolina skiing to Governor Stein and First Lady Anna Stein. Our 6 ski areas run up and down the Blue Ridge Mountains. In the southwestern corner of the state, we have Sapphire Ski Area, and in the northwestern corner, we have Appalachian Ski Mountain. In between, we have Cataloochee Ski Area, Hatley Point Ski Boutique, Sugar Mountain Ski Resort, and Beach Mountain Ski Resort. All have unique terrain traits and attract their own niche of visitors. Collectively, North Carolina's ski resorts, 6 ski resorts, attract nearly 1 million visitors, as the governor mentioned, per season, and as many of you know, often in rough and tough weather conditions, to rural parts of the state that otherwise would be slow, quiet, and in need of an economic infusion. The ski industry injects upwards to $244 million over a short 4 months into these rural communities. But it isn't the numbers that really tell the story about North Carolina skiing. In 2020, when the world was afraid and sheltering inside, North Carolina skiers invited people outside to have fun, to find adventure, to be together, to feel healthy and hopeful. Through the Ski Well, Be Well Procedures and Protocols program, which all 6 North Carolina skiers swiftly and collectively adopted and implemented, folks found safety and a promising future during those dismal and scary times. And just recently, 1 month before each ski resort was set to open, we were hit by the devastation and destruction of Hurricane Helene, as we all know. Mountain community picked us up and pulled us together. What could have been a long and economically devastating winter became a way back. When the winter weather came, so did the skiers, and with them came hope and energy and money, sending the message that Western North Carolina really is open for business. Fortunately, we have a beautiful weekend upon us, crisp, cool temperatures, deep snow bases on the slopes, up to 8 feet in some areas, as you can certainly tell, and all ski resorts are operating at 100% or nearly 100%. And if there's any time during the winter season to feel the pulse and heartbeat of the North Carolina ski industry, this President's Weekend is it. I'm telling you guys are in for a wild ride this weekend. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is, Ryan Costin. I'm the president of Beach Mountain Resort. First, I want to thank the governor and his team for being here today. Going in, like Kim mentioned, to a busy weekend, so we're all pretty excited that the weather's actually decided to cooperate for us here as we're kind of moving into what is the start of, what we hope to see is large traffic throughout the weekend. Thanks to Brad and his whole family, of course, for hosting us here for this event today. I'd like to tell you, as an independent ski area, we have to focus on so many things at our own facilities. But when you step outside those facilities, there's so many community partners that have to help us to be able to achieve our ultimate goals. And that goes from everything from, of course, cleaning the roads, having support systems through our independent communities, and then on a bigger scale, all of our communities working together to push tourism and specifically the winter sports recreation here in Western North Carolina. We always go through what seems to be some sort of a difficult process of getting open on a year-to-year basis. Started out a few years ago, of course, we all dealt with the pandemic and we weren't sure what our season was going to look like as we were moving into that year. We were fortunate that we were able to get open and operate, and then coming out of that, we didn't think we would necessarily deal with something as traumatic as seeing what happened throughout that period of time. And then, of course, the weather event that occurred last year created an additional layer of us having to be prepared for, not necessarily a normal operating season as we continue to prepare. I think what you've seen here today as you walk around, and hopefully what you see at our facility later today, and of course Sugar Mountain tomorrow, is very resilient business owners that continue to invest in their facilities and make sure that this area, and specifically our industry, continues to remain extremely strong. I was talking to Gunther and Kim a few moments ago sitting here, and I told them that last Sunday I had the opportunity to start my work day at Beach Mountain. I left there to go ski at Sugar Mountain with my youngest daughter for a ski race and ended my day here at Appalachian for my son's freestyle event. So I went to all 3 resorts in one day, and I push everyone who comes to the area to have that same opportunity, because as much as we're independent operators, we all have our specific independent traits and uniqueness that create a much bigger package and a nice product that continues to really enhance the ski industry here in this area. So thank you again. Appreciate it. Thanks, Ron.
All right, thanks everybody. I'm just going to wrap it up. I'm going to talk a little about tourism in the state. As many of you know, tourism is a big part of the economic engine of our state. Visitors each year spend about $37 billion, and the tourism industry employs nearly 250,000 North Carolinians all across the state. And it's a particularly important part of the economy of the mountains here in North Carolina. So I'm so glad the governor is here, and we talked a lot about skiing, but it's not just skiing. There's many things people can do up here in the winter. You can sled, you can ice skate, you can go see a beautiful winter mountain view at a place like Grandfather Mountain, or you can just sit by the fire if that's what you're into. I know my family, our kids built our first snowman ever here, and that's a family memory we'll have that'll last us a lifetime. It's really been important for us. But it's not just about those memories. What it's really about is providing jobs. And by showcasing this and by the hard work that all these folks do to make us the winter sports capital of the world, we provide jobs for thousands of North Carolinians to get through what is traditionally the slowest tourism month of the year and season, which is the winter. So I really want to thank the governor for coming here and doing all he's done to help support recovery, but also thank the folks that work every day in a really challenging industry to provide opportunities for visitors to come out, and especially people like Reba, who's been here for 68 years doing that. We really appreciate it. Thank you all for the difference you make, and thank you for every year innovating and creating new things that helps marketers like us sell it to visitors to come. We really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Let's have fun this weekend.
All right, heard the governor there. Let's have fun this weekend. A lot of great choices up in North Carolina for skiing. So you got to keep it right here, right? Keep it local. Go on those ski mountains. We're going to take a quick break right here on WCNC Plus, but keep it right here on Live Impact News. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We thank you so much for being with us, or if you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. We are going to provide news and breaking news updates throughout the country, the world, and right here in Charlotte. And we're going to keep it right here in Charlotte right now. Now, if you're from Charlotte or from this area, you know the names Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. If you don't, you might be familiar with the names, but if not, I'm going to give you a little reminder and a history lesson on who they were. So in the 1980s, the Bakers were really, really famous. They built a massive television platform centered around their PLT ministry and Heritage USA. But then scandal hit in 1989 when Jim Baker was convicted of federal fraud related to charges tied to PTL fundraising and served several years in federal prison. So Our Ben Thompson actually spoke with Jay Baker, who is the son of Tammy and Jim. And Jay is not in North Carolina anymore. He has moved away to the West Coast, but he kind of talks about his experience on growing up in the PLT ministry and kind of how it was a little bit of celebrity life and then the downfall. So it's a very, very interesting interview. So here's Ben Thompson interviewing Jay Baker.
My name is Jay Baker. Some of you may know me as Jamie Charles. My mom and dad are Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. For the past 31 years, I've pastored Revolution Church. I've authored 3 books, and I speak and do social justice work.
So you are now living in Seattle. Bring our viewers up to speed. What in the world are you doing in Seattle?
My kids are in Seattle. And I wanted to be near my kids, and so I moved to Seattle. I've moved all over the place. I've moved from Atlanta to New York to Minneapolis to Seattle. So, yeah, my kids are here, and it just worked out that this was the best place to be.
You touched on it, but in addition to your work as pastor, you are wearing many hats, social justice activist and otherwise. Talk about some of those different roles you have right now.
Well, you know, I've got all sorts of different. I also work 3 different jobs, so I can do this one, doing pastoring. But you know, social justice is vital to me. Martin Luther King Jr. has always been kind of one of my inspirations. So is John Hume, who helped bring peace in Northern Ireland. And so, working with people, helping people learn to have hard discussions and disagree well is important to me. I've done a lot with. You know, just did a couple marches against ICE and what's going on there, and just trying to help people humanize one another and see each other as, you know, equals and have tough conversations.
You mentioned your 3 side jobs. What are they?
I paint, I do lawn work, and I do after school work at my kids' school.
Very nice. Let's go back a little bit for the people watching this who know who you are and are aware of your story and have been curious about where your life has taken you. What was it like growing up in Charlotte as a baker in the 80s and 90s?
Well, 80s and 90s, the two different periods for me. It was, you know, it was strange because we were on everything, you know, and when I was a kid, my parents ran everything. I mean, I had security guards and things like that because we had death threats. And but Charlotte was home and North Carolina was home. But, you know, it was also tough because you had people like Chuck Boozer in the morning, you know, morning show where he'd always be making fun of my folks and things like that. And the Charlotte Observer was never quite kind to my folks. So that was really tough. And when we had the scandal in '87, you know, it just felt like I was, it just didn't feel like I was welcomed in my own home. You know, it was really tough to do that. And we left for a little while, came back, I think in '89, and lived in Pineville for a while. And, you know, it was tough. I mean, there was exciting things like the Charlotte Hornets when they came to town, and we all got, you know, made me feel a little bit more like a hometown boy. But yeah, it was kind of tough growing up in Charlotte. You know, it's 2 different worlds, like pre-scandal and post-scandal. So, you know, it was very strange. It was, you know, to have like a local newspaper that hates your family, you know, makes you kind of, as a kid, you can't really separate that from the reality of just the city itself. So for a while, I was like, does everybody, you know, hate us? And later I would come to find out that that wasn't true. I mean, I still have nephews who live there and things like that. So
with the perspective of time and maturity and even just geographical distance, can you hold both truths in your head that the Charlotte Observer and local media were covering a story that deserved coverage, that while at the same time as the Sun
of these two people, it was probably unbearable at times.
Yeah, I can definitely hold two truths like that. But at the same time, recently, a few years ago, I flew down for a documentary I was working on, and I came into the airport, and the lady at the welcome station, I had to stop and ask a question. She goes, "Are you Jamie Charles?" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, I just want to let you know we love you and love your family." And then, strangely enough, on the way out of the airport, I was walking into the TSA and had to give him my ID, and the guy goes, "Are you Jamie Baker? You're Jim's kid, Tammy's kid?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "We love you here." And it just was like, it felt like home again. I was like, oh, and I thought about all the good times I had with my mom in Matthews when she was living there, and going to the malls, and just, living a little bit. What was the big mall? South Park Mall. Me and my mom used to love to walk through there, and I can even remember in the early 80s her signing all those "I ran into Tammy Faye at the mall" shirts. So, I remember when there was a Woolworths in South Park Mall, so, it does, you kind of learn to cherish it more. And so now when that's why I wore my Charlotte Hornets hat today. But I have kind of reclaimed it as my home again, and I'm glad to just kind of have put some of that youthful ignorance and anger behind me.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you hear Charlotte now, as an adult, what do you think now?
I get excited. I saw all the protests that were happening in Charlotte. I see what's going on there. I've got, my nephews are there. I've got some friends there. And I get excited about Charlotte. I get excited about seeing it growing and everything that's happening. I mean, when I was a teenager, I used to love to go skateboard in downtown Charlotte and have the cops chase me all around Charlotte. And, it's exciting to see what's happening there. And so I think I'm a Charlottean. I was born in Charlotte. My parents moved there, but Charlotte is my hometown.
Yeah. When was the last time you actually lived here?
Well, I've lived there on and off a few times.
Yeah.
And I think when I was, when my mom was there, I would visit a lot. But when I was a kid, I remember, it was such a wild world because I had the bodyguards, I had security guards, my school was at Heritage USA, so it was just, it was surreal, looking back on it. I was only there till I was 11 years old. I think probably the times I remember the most are probably 88, 89, living in Pineville and just going to the movie theaters and trying to be a teenager and things like that. And I got in some trouble. I did some, I got in teenage trouble in Charlotte. Yeah. But it was good. I loved, I loved visiting my mom in Matthews, though. We had such a good time, and she loved chain restaurants. So we'd always go to the Applebee's and things like that, or the cafeterias, and people would just come up to her and say the kindest things. And, you could tell that there was, a love for her there that I didn't get to see the first time around. So that was really great. And it was, that was the last time I saw my mother was when she was in Matthews. So it was a big time for me to be there.
What do you think your mom would think of the world today?
Oh, I think she would be extremely sad. I think she would be very sad about how divided we've become. My mom was able to go into a gay bookstore and do a signing one day and then go sing in a Baptist church the next day. She walked in many different worlds and loved people in so many different places. So I think she would be extremely sad by the current state of the world and how, the things that we've allowed to divide us. And the fact that we are, considering some people more human than others, I think that would really devastate her because, she used to always say, God doesn't make any junk. Everybody deserves love. And I think this would be tough for her. I think her message would be fantastic right now. I think she would be speaking out, but I think it would be really heartbreaking for her to see. I don't think any of us could have imagined this. She passed in 2007. And, there's always been some sort of a political divide and even religious divide, but it just seems like it's just the chasm has gotten greater.
I want to talk to you more about that, but do you speak with your dad with any regularity?
We speak every couple months. He's 86 years old now, and so he's slowing down a little bit. We have very different opinions on things like theology and politics, but we do try to maintain a relationship.
Do you see yourself more as Tammy Faye's son or Jim's son, or a combination of both?
I think I'm a combination of both, definitely. I feel like I got some of the best of both worlds and some of the some of the crap too. You get all that with your family. Even when I have arguments with my father about certain things, it's like, I'll always tell him, I'm like, well, you taught me to love like this. My dad was so busy when he was running Heritage USA. I mean, he was constantly working. He did 5 shows a day, preached on Sunday. My mom did 10 shows a week, you know what I mean? And did Sunday. But my dad was also trying to make sure he was always in the building process, so he was always in the buildings, driving around, making sure everything was perfect at Heritage USA. So that was I barely saw him. So when he went to prison, when that was a tough time in Charlotte, to be honest with you, during the trial, that was just pure chaos. But when he was in prison, we had a captive audience, if you will, and we really became close over those 5 years. And I worked on his case, helped get his sentence reduced and things like that. But I got to know him. And so now in the years that he's kind of got a little bit more conservative in his older age and things like that, and we have disagreements, I just remind him, like, you and Mom are the ones who taught me to love so much and care so much and take the Bible text so seriously, and that's why I got into biblical scholarship and things like that, which, sometimes he struggles with that.
Let's talk about sort of your thoughts on where we are today as a country. I mean, you and I spoke offline about the ICE operations in Minneapolis and how they alarm you. How do you size up today's politics? Religion and politics combining is not a new dynamic, but a lot of people feel like it's especially corrosive right now. What do you think?
I believe it's extremely corrosive right now. Unfortunately, it's become, I feel like people are seeing their faith through a political lens rather than, their politics through a faith lens. And it's become about us and them. And it's just a bad combination because it's, for so long, the church separated itself from, like, what you would call the sacred, and you'd have the church would be the sacred and the secular, and they kind of split, but they're really both part of each other. And then for the church just to jump into only the political ideals, and political ideals that seem so far from the messages of Jesus, like loving your neighbor, how you treat the least of these, the story of the Samaritan. And I'm really surprised how people have kind of bought into another narrative. It's almost like another gospel or something like that. So for me, it's really sad. But, the church has always been kind of divided with, conservative Christians and liberal Christians. And a lot of my work, what we always talk about is arguing well or disagreeing well, respectively, and trying to bring people together. But it's very, very difficult. I mean, there's been times where, faith leaders like Dr. King, did great work with bringing politics in the church, but it was faith influencing justice and peace, but peace with justice. And now it just seems like it's we have a politics of domination. And I don't know if the church, how the church is going to really survive this. I think it's going to be really tough for the church to come out on the other side of this, at least unscathed.
What do you blame for the current culture?
Well, I could say social media hasn't been the best. But I also feel like some of this is like the fruit of the Christian right, like Jerry Falwell's and Pat Robertsons and stuff that they kind of the seeds that they were sowing back in the 80s of kind of, having the one party hijack faith. And, so you've got that. And, I don't think either side is innocent. I don't think Republicans or Democrats or either side are like, oh, that's the pure side, because it's always easy to scapegoat. But I just think that that's really, it's just this continued division. Now people treat politics like they're sports, and people become very loyal to their party politics, almost to the point where that's, how they see their faith. And I think that just keeps us, unfortunately, very divided, and seeing things like, people using, cruel words towards each other, racism coming back, just it's not coming back. If you're black, you probably like that never went anywhere, but just seeing it more and more in the public eye is tough. But at the same time, maybe this push will cause us to work towards redemption and making a better world. And that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I hope others are trying to do.
Talk a little bit about you have your church, Revolution Church. You've had it for years now, decades actually.
Yeah.
What is describe the church, what it is, and what do you hope to do through it?
Well, Revolution, we started about 31 years ago. It was 94. And it was originally just to kind of reach out to outcast kids. But over time, it kind of evolved, and for me, as a message of grace and letting people know they were loved and they were accepted, period. And of course, then that grew into a little bit more social justice work. In 2005, I announced that I supported gay marriage. And of course, when I did that, I had to let my whole staff go. Revolution lost everything for a while. I moved to New York. But we've always tried to work with the least of these, with people who are, often get marginalized or considered the least of these. And it's speaking up for people and letting people know they're loved. And now that the work is trying to bring people together to disagree well, to argue well, and in the same time find that grace for themselves so they can find grace for others. There's a quote in the book of East of Eden. It says, "Now that I don't have to be perfect, I can be good." And I think that's our real message, is let's live life on life terms. And we try to bring in people who are, we want a diverse community, but not just diverse of skin tone or sexuality or things like that, but diversity of thought. I want a place where people can disagree and think differently and have those conversations. So we've been in a lot of different places. Now it's completely online, because what happened was I was in Minneapolis for a while, running a church there at Bryant Lake Bowl. We've met in bars since probably 2003. It's a nice place to kind of be an equal footing. People don't feel so nervous. And so we've done that, but during COVID, we had to go completely online. And then when I moved here, it was still COVID, so we stayed online, and the online community has grown. And now that I work 3 jobs, it's a little bit harder to have an actual place. So we've been doing this, online for about 5 years now.
Yeah. You've seen sort of firsthand how money and fame can interfere in a person's faith. What do you do to make sure? Because, for example, I saw yesterday you posted that Revolution needs money and needs donations. And how do you balance?
That's my least favorite thing to do.
Well, tell me more about that, because given your past and what happened, I looked at that post and I thought to myself, that can't come easily for him, given your parents' past.
Yeah, no, because that does fall. I can do anything. I could do anything in this world that newsworthy, and it's always going to come with the headline, son of, televangelist, and that you guys know the little thing that always says fallen televangelist Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. No, it doesn't come easy, and so I don't like to do it. And I've had board members and congregation members who are like, you've got to do it. You've got to raise money. So I didn't get paid last month. You know what I mean? I work 3 jobs, not because I like to work. I do that to make ends meet. You know, luckily, I guess I'm radical enough to not be in the place where I'm worried about making too much money or having too much fame. You know, this is my passion. You know, I'm going to do this with $2 if I have to. You know, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm just compelled to do this work and to help people and encourage people and to love people and have tough conversations.
You've had a number of books that you've written. I know there was the movie a few years ago about your mom. There's a Broadway show as well. Any other big projects like that coming down the pike in the near future?
There's a couple documentaries I know that are coming out. I don't know exactly when. I've done an interview with one. I helped work on another one with Vice. They did one called Better Angels that they showed at Sundance. So it should be interesting to see, you know, when those come out.
And then where do you see yourself in, like, say, we're going to run out of time. No, we've still got a little bit. Okay. Where do you see yourself in, say, 10, 20 years?
Well, I'm 50 years old. So I'll keep doing the work I'm doing. Maybe in 10 years, I would say in 20, you know where I'd like to be in 20 years, as I would love to be in Northern Ireland and Belfast. My best friend lives out there. And I've got to visit quite a few times. I've got to speak out there and do some events out there. And I love that area, and I love the people there. That would be my dream. But for the most part, I will just be continuing to do this work no matter what. And, you know, I might be 70 or, let's see, 60 or 70, still working side jobs. You know, you might be able to come see me down at the Waffle House in between sermons or something like that. But you know, it's hard not to do this work because it's just when you're compelled to do something, when you're just, it's so much a part of your life. And it's strange that I would even go into this work given the fact of the realities. I saw everything my parents went through, and I've seen the ugly side of Christianity and religion. But for me, it's you know, the point is love. The point is grace. The point is you're accepted. The point is helping people in life now as we find it. You know, for me, I'm not worried about heaven and hell and things like that. What I'm worried about is helping people find peace on earth and helping find people live life well, you know, encouraging our government to give people livable wages and health insurance and things like that, and just help people now, because I think that's what Christ called us to do, you know.
Do you consider yourself a liberal? Is that what you would call yourself?
I mean, I'm probably left of a Democrat, so probably liberal. Yeah, I mean, I love philosophy and I love theology and I love biblical history. And if you love that kind of stuff, that, you know, you're going to be more that side because you're going to know more about what's going on. You know, I mean, I went and sat in seminary classes just for fun. I didn't go for a degree or anything. I just asked the seminary if I could come and sit in classes. So, you know, when you learn this stuff and you realize, okay, there are contradictions in the Bible. There are even forgeries in the Bible, and you talk about that stuff. A lot of people don't talk about, you automatically get branded liberal. And I love people liberally. I love everyone, and I do my best. I even do my best to love my enemies and to forgive them and have conversations with them. So yeah, I guess you could say liberal or leftist or whatever. I try to be inclusive.
How's your sister?
She's doing good. She's just living her life, working and doing her own thing, and just kind of out of the spotlight right now. And I think that suits her well.
Yeah. And you say you have nephews who live here? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's great. I hope to get down and see him soon.
Yeah. When's the next time you're coming to town?
I don't know. You know, I'm working on trying to do this podcast with somebody who's in North Carolina. And so maybe I could get down there in the next year or two. I'd love to come down. I'd love to speak at a church down there or in a community down there and come down and hang out and then see my nephews. I love what Reverend Barber is doing with the Poor People's Campaign in North Carolina. He is one of my heroes. He is fantastic. I think he's a vital leader of our time. And I hope his voice continues to get louder. I would love to work with him a little bit. So, if I could get down there and work with Reverend Barber some as well, that would be just fantastic. I'll show you something pretty cool.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow, from back in the day.
Yeah. That was Don Hardister's badge, who was my dad's bodyguard, and he gave that to me when I turned 18. And this is Tommy Stamps, who is my bodyguard. And so, yeah.
That is crazy. Wow. What an odd way to grow up. But
I know, so strange. So you should, like, when I go on eBay and there's postcards with me on it.
All right, that's Jay Baker right there talking about just his life and experience growing up in Charlotte, North Carolina, hoping to get back sometime soon. If you can see at the bottom of your box, we're showing Trump expecting to leave North Carolina. You can see it right there. So we are watching for that. He and Melania were in Fort Bragg pretty much all day, talking to several leaders there and also speaking to the military there as well. But we're going to take a quick break right now on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus right now. I hope you are having a wonderful Friday, looking like beautiful skies right now. And later Saturday, it's going to be great too. Right now, we are tracking President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. You can see them coming in right now. They were at Fort Bragg today, and they were talking to the military. We did hear them speaking earlier, just talking about, what's going on in the world, the country. So they are expected to leave, and what I read from his schedule, that they are going to Mar-a-Lago. So right now they are leaving, and we are waiting to see the president. Like I said, visited Fort Bragg today and met with military families and members of the U.S. Special Forces there, giving a pretty long speech today. And like I said, talking about a lot of things. He actually attacked Governor Roy Cooper, and he hyped the GOP opponent during that speech, which we did actually see Governor Cooper and his opponent, Michael Whatley, voting yesterday. You can see them opening the door right now. Let's see if this is the president. Yep, there he is, President Trump leaving right now. I wonder if he's going to take any questions. Oh, Melania's there. Nope, they are just going to get on Air Force One right now. Like I said, with the talking to the military. Oh, he's coming on over. So let's take a listen in really quickly to see what he has to say.
So we had a great visit at Fort Bragg. We saw a lot of heroes. And as you probably heard, we're going to be giving one particular person the Congressional Medal of Honor for what just took place in Venezuela. And met a lot of people right now. We were there for quite a while, and it was beautiful. These are great warriors. These are great patriots. And they're in very good shape, I will tell you that.
What can Iran do to avoid attack?
Give us the deal that they should have given us the first time. If they give us the right deal, we won't do that. But, you know, historically, they haven't done that. I will say they want to talk, but so far they do a lot of talking and no action. They've already started.
Do you want regime change in Iran?
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time, so let's see what happens. In the meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out shortly. So we'll see it how. If we could get it settled for once and for all, that'd be good.
Who do you want to take over?
What?
Who do you want to take over?
I don't want to talk about that. There are people.
Very jumpy since Wednesday's incident.
No, he's doing a great job.
Sign that the radionuclear sites have been totally obliterated. What's left to go after?
Well, you could get whatever the dust is down there. That's really the least of the mission. If we do it, that would be the least of the mission. But we, probably grab whatever's left. It has been obliterated, as you know.
Anything less than zero nuclear enrichment?
We don't want any enrichment. We don't want enrichment. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump now making his way to Air Force One. Like I said earlier today, he was in Fort Bragg speaking with military families. He also spoke about former Governor Roy Cooper and his run that he wants to run for Senate, kind of bashing him there and really putting his support behind Michael Whatley. He's the former chair of the Republican National Committee. He's also running for that Senate seat in North Carolina. Early voting did start yesterday, and so we did see those two go to the ballot and make their vote. So President Trump is leaving North Carolina right now. Fort Bragg is in Fayetteville, so that's where he was all day. They said speaking to several members of the military. Right now, we are going to take a look at traffic. If we can pull this up, Brandon, do we have it? Yes, there we go. Okay, this is I-77, kind of right near that Uptown exit. I'm going to take a look at SIG Alert right now because it is 4:13, and what we see at this time is a lot of traffic. So let's take a look at what's going around Charlotte. We do have a few crashes that I do want to tell you about right now. Berkshire Freeway, the outer at I-77, there is a reported crash right now. I'm seeing a lot of red in that area. I'm also seeing a crash right near Uptown as well. And then there is another accident on North Tryon Street at Craighead Road, seeing lots of red over there. As you're making your way up to Huntersville, if you are going on I-77, both north and south looking okay, but starting to get a little cramped up right around Huntersville. And then if you need to take, if you are heading out west, Mount Holly Road west and Rain Road, there is an accident there as well. So we will continue to track traffic for you as we continue right here on WCNC Plus, because it is that 4 o'clock hour and we do see tons and tons of traffic. And hey, I am your traffic lady as well, so I know what I'm doing in that area, or I pretend that I know what I'm doing in that area. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time right now is 4:17. So really beautiful day that we saw today. And we're also, all week has been absolutely gorgeous. But how about this weekend? What are your plans? Do you have any fun plans? I feel like I'm Delilah right now. Did you ever listen to Delilah, Brandon? Yeah, we're like, Delilah, like, what are your plans? But no, seriously, I hope you have fun plans. It's Valentine's Day weekend, and tonight and Saturday are going to be great to go out and do something. But how Sunday, it's going to rain, so just snuggle up on the couch if you want to. We're going to take a look at what Majestic Storm, our meteorologist, has to say about this upcoming weekend and the forecast for your upcoming week.
Well, good Friday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. We are heading into a beautiful Valentine's weekend, at least for the first half of it. Friday afternoon is looking nice. Clear sunny skies out there at Lake Norman. Much of the same. Beautiful beach mountain. Lots of kiddos out there sledding. I saw lots of people out there skiing and snowboarding. I think they have the right idea. What a nice day it is. Really up in the mountains, here in the Queen City, even out there at the beach. By tomorrow, for actual Valentine's Day, we will have a nice start to the morning. That is when we'll have the best opportunity to get some sunshine, but we do have cloudy skies on the way by Saturday afternoon and evening. However, we will stay dry. It's not until Sunday that we do have more widespread rain pushing back into the area, and while it might be a little inconvenient for any weekend plans, we desperately need the rain. A look at the rest of our Friday. It is going to be very nice as temperatures continue to rise to nearly 60 degrees with perfectly blue sunny skies, even up there in the mountains. 40 degrees this afternoon there in Banner Elk. Blowing Rock, 43. I've seen lots of people out and about going to the shops, grabbing lunch out on one of their cute patios. It'd be a great day to do that. Upper 50s there in Morganton, 56 in Hickory. Much of the same around the Queen City, and then even to the south of us, nearing 60 degrees. So bottom line, we're a few degrees above our average. We should be at 56, but we'll take 59 degrees today. Clear skies overnight will really allow those temperatures to drop back down below freezing. So if you want to get outside for your Saturday and you want the most amount of sunshine, you kind of have to wake up early, layer up, go soak it up, because by Saturday afternoon and evening, that's when those clouds will make a return. Overall, though, this is how our day will play out tomorrow. Notice the most amount of sunshine will be early in the day, but maybe you have some Valentine's Day evening plans. Maybe you're heading out to dinner. This is what it will look like. Notice it is dry. It is cloudy though. However, those clouds are kind of acting like a blanket, helping to keep those temperatures very mild. Overall this weekend, Saturday's your day. Soak it up and enjoy that sunshine. And not only some sunshine, remember, for the first half of the day, but nearly 65 degrees. Not doing too bad. And then Sunday, just call it a lazy day. It is going to be cloudy, cool, and wet. You won't want to be out in that. Here's our satellite and radar. This is what you want to see on a Friday. Hardly any cloud coverage across all of North and South Carolina. As we're taking you into our futurecast, here's tonight about 5, 6 o'clock. Still looking all right. Waking up for our Saturday, here's 7 o'clock in the morning. Clear skies to start the day with increasing clouds by Saturday evening. The rain does hold off until Sunday though, but by the time you're waking up on Sunday, it will have already started. Sunday is kind of a washout day because it'll be steady throughout the entire day, even Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then heading into our Monday, we'll be back on track to some sunshine and very nice temperatures. Drought monitor, boy, it is concerning. Most of North and South Carolina under a severe to even extreme drought. Basically, that means that we desperately need this rain, and we will get it again on Sunday. Models are indicating about 1 to 2 inches of accumulating rain on Sunday. However, because the ground is so dry, some of that rain may have a hard time absorbing. Then as we're heading into next week, mid-70s, how does that sound? 75 degrees come Thursday, getting even warmer after that. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Heading into our weekend with picture-perfect Carolina weather. Sunday will be a rainy day, and the next week getting warmer, multiple days into the 70s, all starting on Wednesday. Hope you have a great weekend and happy Valentine's.
So today, people are really thinking about colorectal cancer, and that's because of the loss of James Vanderbeek, who passed away at age 48 because of colorectal cancer. And he's best known for his hits like Dawson Creek. He's been in several movies, but he's been privately fighting the disease since 2023. Our Jane Monreal sat down with a Novant Health professional, oncologist, and they really spoke about this disease and how it can impact people and kind of what signs you should be looking out for. So let's take a listen in.
So let's switch back over to health news, because you haven't heard, you might know that the entertainment world now mourning the loss of actor James Vanderbeek following his battle with colorectal cancer. Best known for his role on Dawson's Creek, a popular show. He was battling it since 2023, making his diagnosis public back in 2024. So his death obviously bringing attention now to colorectal cancer. Novant Health medical oncologist Dr. Madan Arial joining us now here on Live Impact News. Doctor, thanks for joining us here on such short notice. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, we want to talk about this because what we're seeing an alarming rise now in cases among younger men with colorectal cancer. Can you explain what's happening?
That's true. So we're noticing alarmingly increased rate of colorectal cancer. There's approximately 2 to 3% rise in the last 15 to 20 years or so, and we're seeing these colorectal cancers as young as in the 20s. You know, like I have patients who are in their 20s and 30s. They are getting colorectal cancers, which we hadn't seen before, and this is quite alarming.
Wow. Why is this happening to men in their 20s?
Yeah, I don't know if we know everything, but there are a few things that are certainly worth exploring. But a few things like processed food. So basically, you can put this into two buckets. Something that you basically in your genetics that you can't probably change, because some of these colorectal cancers are genetics and they are inherited, like familial colorectal cancer syndromes, and the others are probably something that's modifiable in our environment, in our lifestyle, and in our diet, and these things. Certainly things like processed meat, certainly refined food, excess of sugar, alcohol, and sedentary lifestyle habits. All those are probably contributing to this. There are so many confounders. I don't think we'll be able to separate which one is which, but these are the things that have been studied so far, and probably what are contributing to increasing rise in colorectal cancer in a younger population.
And James Vanderbeek, he said he was diagnosed with stage 3. What does stage 3 mean?
Yeah, so stage 3 colon cancer colorectal cancer is when you have a colon cancer that has gone to the lymph node. It's not a stage 4 where it has gone out of the lymph node and has gone to different places like lung and liver. Many of the colorectal cancers at stage 3 are still curable, but unfortunately his case was not that one, but that's when it has gone to the lymph node. In that scenario, we usually do a surgery, and in order to decrease the chance of recurrence or chance of coming back, we give a chemotherapy after the surgery.
Okay. What are the warning signs and symptoms then that people should watch out for?
Yeah, absolutely. So, things that should not be absolutely ignored include when you notice blood in the stool. That's a very important sign and symptom that maybe it's related to hemorrhoid, but there might be other things going on at the same time, like rectal cancer or colon cancer. So that should never be ignored. Other things like abdominal pain, discomfort, or change in bowel habits. Like one time you get diarrhea, one time you get constipation. This has been going on for the last few weeks. That's probably means that maybe there's something going on in the colon or rectum that might be causing these symptoms. Besides that, some people at times can be just diagnosed with anemia because they have been losing some blood in the stool that you can't basically notice, but it's probably coming from somewhere from the gastrointestinal tract, and that might be from colon cancer. And then when that happens, we start noticing that, maybe there's something else going on, and we should look deeper into seeing whether there's a colon cancer or not in this population.
So screening guidelines have now been lowered from 50 to 45, colonoscopies
Correct.
starting at 45. And who should consider getting it even earlier?
Yeah, so definitely, so if there's a family history, definitely should get earlier. 10 years earlier than 45, or whenever your first degree relatives was diagnosed with colon cancer 10 years earlier than that. That's one. The other is, if you have other risk factors, like for example, inflammatory bowel disease, like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease, those population are at higher risk of getting a colon cancer, and obviously other familial colorectal cancer syndromes like familial adenomatosis polyposis. What we're trying to do here is trying to detect those colon polyps earlier, so that when you detect those colon polyps earlier, you can basically take it out so that they don't turn into these colon cancers later. That would be bothersome and then maybe hard to tackle at that point.
And what lifestyle changes then can people make right now to reduce the risk?
Absolutely. So, eating right, eating habit is very important. Limiting alcohol is important, and physical activity, absolutely. And besides that, once you have done all those things, getting into the screening on time is very, very important, so that we can detect this earlier and then get rid of it when we find one. So.
Any final message for our viewers that we should share about colorectal cancer, Doctor?
Absolutely. So, final thoughts: colorectal cancer is when detected early, is a curable disease. Screening is very important. That's how we can detect it early. And there has been a lot of push in doing this in all the communities, and that's what we should focus on. And eating healthy, and then doing the right thing, and physical activity will get you there.
All right. Novant Health Medical Oncologist Dr. Madan Aryal, appreciate the conversation and information, and we potentially save some lives out there trying to get those screenings done early, if not at least on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Some really great advice there. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here with us on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you are having a wonderful day so far and a wonderful weekend. It's going to be a beautiful weekend coming up. Let's talk about measles a little bit. So right now, North and South Carolina do have confirmed cases. South Carolina, like we've been saying for a very long time, has a lot more cases than North Carolina. I want to talk about that South Carolina cases right now. Total amount of cases, this is according to South Carolina measles dashboard right now, is 950. Now, most of them are in the upstate, and most of them are by age group of 5 to 11 years old. There's 433 people with measles 5 to 11 years old. Like I said, lots of them happening in the upstate, which is Spartanburg. There's 904 cases there. But North Carolina is also seeing several numbers so far right now. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services says there are 18 confirmed cases reported in North Carolina. Now, that's been since December of 2025. 3 of them are confirmed in Mecklenburg County. Now, we did hear from Mecklenburg County health leaders today talking about the measles cases. So let's take a listen into that.
Here at 4 o'clock, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal, and right now we need to talk about measles because health officials in Mecklenburg County responding to concerns following a recent measles outbreak in our state. And this highly contagious disease has been making a resurgence in the last several months. This afternoon, we are joined by Joy Smith, the county's communicable disease doctor, to talk about everything you need to know. Joy, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Important conversation we need to have today.
Thank you for having me.
Want to give us an overview of where Mecklenburg and the state stand now when it comes to the current measles situation?
Sure. And so I'll share. I am a nurse and Mecklenburg County's Communicable Disease Director. And as such, Mecklenburg County has reported 3 cases of measles. We're working and are in regular communication with the state and with other local health departments to make sure that we are putting the guidance into place and implementing it the same way, and sharing best practices across counties. And the state health department is there to support our efforts, so we appreciate that.
Absolutely. Are these cases concentrated geographically, and how does this compare then to previous years?
So, so far at this number, we haven't really been able to we pinpoint them to a particular area. I will share Mecklenburg County, I believe it's in 2024, did have 1 case of measles. And we have not seen measles until recently. And we have been looking at that and then thinking that it is, and we can attribute it to lower vaccination rates. We look at those a couple of different ways. We have looked at the kindergarten vaccination rates, and we're at about 92%. When you're in between 92 and 95%, it is possible that you can see cases, especially in pocketed areas where the numbers are below those numbers. So.
Okay, and so we don't know the source of this outbreak or if they're connected in any way?
As far as our 3 cases?
Yeah.
No, we're not able to pinpoint them to a single source.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about prevention. You mentioned vaccination, and so that is still the most effective way to protect against measles?
Correct. Thank you for bringing that up. We do encourage people to be vaccinated. We understand there's some conversation surrounding vaccination, and we can appreciate that people have questions, so we encourage them to connect with their doctors or connect with our immunization clinic. We'd be very much happy to answer those questions, and then they can get those vaccines with their private providers. There are some drugstores that offer vaccine, and then they certainly can get those at the Mecklenburg County Public Health Department.
Yeah, we talk about parents being concerned about having their children vaccinated. When is the appropriate age that children should receive their doses if that's what their families want to do?
Yes, so the normal schedule, according to the advisory council, is at 12 months and then at 4 to 6 years old. There are some situations where we are advising people to receive that early, and that's if they are traveling to an area internationally or domestically where there is an outbreak.
And what do you say to those who may be hesitant about vaccines? What would you say to them about the safety and importance of this vaccine?
I would say that the research supports that this vaccine is effective and it's safe. And again, be open to having conversations with either public health or your providers about vaccine in your specific situations.
So who is most at risk then when it comes to the measles? Is it a certain age, a certain population?
Yes, so the research is showing that there are a couple of areas where people can be high risk, and we want to take particular attention and care, and that's individuals under the age of 5 and over the age of 20. And then also we like to try to protect pregnant people and those who are immunocompromised, and that's why we encourage vaccination.
Okay, very good. And so let's talk about symptoms now, and when you feel like it's other than, maybe a rash or a cold.
Right. So as far as symptoms, fever, of course, and then rash. The measles rash in most cases is pretty characteristic. It starts at your upper body, around your face, and then moves down towards your feet. And then also you could have what we call the 3 C's, and that's cough, red watery eyes, and runny nose.
Okay. And again, so when they've been potentially exposed to something like this, when should they see their doctor?
They should see their doctor as soon as possible. However, please, if you think you have symptoms of measles, please contact your provider's office via phone first. We want to make sure that everyone is able to be kept safe. And because this virus is so highly contagious, walking into those settings with those symptoms and then subsequently testing positive for measles could possibly expose a lot of people and result in more cases.
Okay. We have one of our reporters, Joy, talking about this story today. He asked if she, how many conversations have you had with South Carolina health officials about the outbreak?
So we have been able to connect with them some and just discuss kind of the strategies that they have in place, and they've talked over what they're seeing with us. So we have had a couple of opportunities to connect.
Okay. I mean, so today we've seen the notices on certain places in the Charlotte area, a couple of Goodwills. I think there was a Chipotle mentioned. What do these notices mean, and what should people do if they feel like they were at a certain place that had been on this alert list?
Yeah, so we share those public notices in the situations where it's kind of almost impossible to get a complete list of all contacts in those situations. So we try to reach people as broadly and widely as possible, and that's the point of that, to let people know if you were in those areas and you start to develop symptoms, please call your provider or public health before presenting for care.
All right. Is there any other treatments, or once you do find that you are diagnosed with this, is there a supportive care?
Exactly. Treatment for measles is really just supportive. Other options people would have to discuss with their provider.
Okay. And then do they last, the symptoms last for, I should ask, how long is the duration of a measles outbreak?
As far as an outbreak, that's just going to depend on the number of unvaccinated people and exposure settings and how closely people have been to spread the disease. What we found with our symptoms, people are not having long periods of illness in our areas, but we have seen in some other areas where people have had outcomes that were not so favorable. Encephalitis is also a possible outcome of measles, so that's why we want to make sure that we prevent cases as much as possible.
All right. And then once you do find that you are diagnosed with measles, people are quarantining. How long should they isolate themselves from others?
Right. So when we find out people have measles, they need to stay in isolation for a 4-day period from the time they develop rash. And isolation, I want to note this, is different from quarantine. We ask individuals who were exposed to a measles case to quarantine and kind of limit their exposure to congregate settings, just in case that they did end up being positive. It reduces the risk or the number of exposures.
And do we know that these latest cases, or the cases in general, I think over 700 across the country, but certainly in North Carolina or Mecklenburg County, are they mostly young? Are they mostly children?
The North Carolina data shows that a majority of the cases, I believe, are in older individuals.
Okay. Anything else we need to know about prevention or treatment, Joy?
No, I would just again encourage everybody to be vaccinated if you're not, or to check your immunity, because as you know, or as you may not know, individuals who were born before 1957 are considered to be immune. So just have those conversations with your doctor. Titers are another option, and let's just protect each other.
Yeah, let's. All right, Joy Smith, appreciate your time. Communicable Disease Director, for Mecklenburg County Health. Appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, you heard Jane Monreal right there interviewing Mecklenburg County about the measles. Once again, 3 confirmed cases in Mecklenburg County. So just, be safe out there and do what that doctor is telling us to do. Right now, we are going to take a look at traffic right now because it is 4:43, and you know what that means. It means it is rush hour, and people are trying to get home or trying to get to Valentine's Day plans. So you can see as you are heading on I-77 South right near Uptown, it is backing up just a little bit. We have SIG Alert up right now, which is a program that we do use to help us monitor traffic and what's going around, especially when it comes to crashes. I just have a few crashes right now to tell you about. South Tryon Street South at Whitehall Common Center. So that's right near the inner at 485. We also have lots of slowdowns on I-77 as you are heading up north and south, just south of Uptown. And we are also tracking some slowdowns around I-85 as you are making your way out towards Gastonia, going really, really slow around there. Not a lot of accidents to tell you about, lots of traffic though. So just take it slow if you need to get where you need to be, and make sure you're paying attention. Don't be on those phones. Don't, have the music up too loud. Just be safe out there so you can have a wonderful Valentine's Day weekend. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it with us on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thank you so much for being here. If you're just joining us, happy Friday. Lots going on around right here in Charlotte and, of course, the country and the nation. So, and the world. We're going to cover it all right here on Live Impact News. So we are so happy you are here with us. Right now, though, we are going to keep it to Charlotte because the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra director, he discusses his Grammy win. Kwame Jones, he's the musical director for Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. He won a Grammy for his work on a 2025 opera. So he is discussing this milestone with our very own Nick Sturdivant. Let's take a listen in.
So we have a Grammy Award-winning conductor currently in his second season as music director of the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. His work has taken him all over the world, from Germany to France to London, all across the U.S. And at this year's Grammy Awards, his recording of Heggie, Intelligence for Houston Grand Opera was recognized as the best opera recording, winning him his first Grammy Award. Kwame Ryan is here on WCNC Plus. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
This is a cliche question. When you hear Grammy Award winning, how does that make you feel?
That's never going to get old, I can tell you. I'm still in the phase where I wake up every morning and think, was that real? Am I really a Grammy-winning artist? And I'm really still enjoying that little change in my biography.
When you heard your name, and even when you got on stage, what was going through your mind?
The ceremony is a long one, and you watch a lot of categories be announced, winners going up there, and you understand a few things. One, you understand that every category has 5 nominees. 2, you understand that all those 5 nominees are working at the top of their game and are actually all very deserving. And those 2 things kind of manage your expectations as it comes up to your category. Even if you think you're aware that you're also deserving, but it really is anybody's to take at that moment. So yeah, the moment between and the Grammy goes to, and then the actual announcement is this incredible stew of excitement and doubt and hope, and then just an adrenaline explosion when you realize that it's you. It's a real thing when you see people go up there to accept awards on an international stage like that, and they seem like their minds have been blown. There's a reason for that. Adrenaline is a very powerful thing when it overcomes you like that.
You mentioned this in your speech as a black conductor. Why? I know why that's important, but for our audience, why was that important for you to point out?
Well, as I said, on the stage, that's a pretty small demographic still, black symphonic and operatic conductors, becoming less so. There are more of us now than there were a generation before, and there will be more of us a generation, after us. And I just understood at that moment that, when I was a teenager, I was so inspired by seeing, for example, the great African-American soprano Leontine Price sing with the New York Philharmonic with Zubin Mehta, who's an Indian conductor and was the music director of the New York Philharmonic, accompanying her. And I looked at that, and, my young brain took it for granted because I could see it, that was a possibility for me. Because it was tangible, I assumed that, I would be able to get there too. That's a naive assumption, of course, and there are all sorts of, challenges along the way of any high-performance athlete or artist. But the self-belief and the belief in the possibility of a circumstance is incredibly powerful. And I wanted to make the point on that stage that any young, aspiring black artists, classical artists in particular, that we're watching should take inspiration and, get on that path.
You talked about those early influences. Like early in our lives, we are hit with a bunch of influences and we don't realize it until later. When did you come to that realization, like, these are my influences?
Yeah. Well, I decided really early on that I wanted to be a conductor. And I was like 7 years old. I was in Toronto with my family, and we got tickets to go and see Porgy and Bess performed in the open air. At the end of that, I told my mom I wanted to be a conductor. And then miraculously enough, she took me seriously. And I guess my mom was my first role model because she was an actress. And I used to go and watch her rehearse. I'd sit in the darkened theater and just be in this land of make-believe. And that's why I really gravitated towards the theater as a conductor, which is why I do opera. So it's like the mixture of music and theater. And then, along the way, as I say, Zubin Mehta was a huge role model of mine. Not just because he's a great conductor, but he's a great conductor of Indian origin, And I grew up in an environment in Trinidad and Tobago where half the population is Indian. So he looked like people that I would see around me in my everyday life. And again, taking that kind of assumption of possibility into your life and activities as a young person can be very, very powerful moving forward.
So Jake Heggie's Intelligence is set in the Civil War. As you know, the plot is around two Civil War spies. It's very interesting. How did you get involved with the project?
Well, opera is a very complex, compound art form. There's this quote from Richard Wagner that refers to opera as the complete art form because it encompasses music and often dance and acting, design, be it costume design, set design, lighting design. And so the planning begins long in advance. So I was actually invited to be part of that production over 2 years before we actually ended up in Houston, and that was now 3 years ago. And the process is very simple. Once they have determined, the producing company has determined that you're the guy, you get an offer. And you negotiate around that offer, and at that point the piece hadn't even been completed, but I was so intrigued by this incredible story of this ring of spies, and the primary agent was a former slave, and that it was a true story as well, not least of all about women working on a large scale in terms of the effects of what they're doing, but practically invisible to the people around them. I found all of that intriguing and also relevant, contemporary to the circumstances which we find ourselves today. Women still, have to really work to be seen in what they're doing. We're still working with the legacy of slavery, still, dealing with a country that's divided in many ways, United States though they might be. So I thought all of that was something I really wanted to be involved in. I really wanted to tell that story.
So you're entering your second season as music director of the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. What has that experience been like?
It's been a dream come true, and I say that sounds hyperbolic. That sounds almost corny, but this orchestra is very, very special. What attracted me was a combination of a really cool city. So I was already being drawn in from the moment I landed here and walked around a little bit. And then I met the orchestra, which is so capable, so expert, but also so warm and friendly. And we just had great chemistry from the very first rehearsal. And I saw in the musicians, just fellow artists that I really respected, but also human beings that, I felt would be my friends. And they have become my friends. And so going to work with the Charlotte Symphony doesn't feel like work. It feels like going to spend time with your friends doing something that you absolutely love and can deliver together. And that's incredibly motivating and sort of magnetic for me personally.
Very, very cool. And you can watch this full interview right on WCNC Plus. You can just find this story and, of course, on our website, WCNC.com. Right now, we are going to take it to our 5 o'clock show with Jane Monreal and Nick Sturdivant. They will be giving you live local updates across the Queen City and our area. So keep it right here on WCNC Plus.